time's getting on. Trying to keep to a quick timetable and make sure everyone gets a chance to talk without running over. So I'm going to ask our first speaker to come up, who is Marco, and we'll be talking to current state of micro-credentialing system in Europe. So thank you very much, Marco.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marco. I'm a PhD student at the second year at the University of Foggia in the southern Italy. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here. Maybe because of my classic backgrounds, I'm really emotional to be here in this wonderful city. I wish to thank the beautiful organization of this event, because it's great and I've learned so much, and I'm still learning. So, in this little contribution, we tried to create I'm destroying everything, sorry. We tried to create a tool for our scholars, our students and teachers, in order to approach in an easy way to this very interesting topic I'm approaching to for the first time, actually. That's why I was saying that I'm learning a lot during this day, especially, for example, during the interesting workshop held yesterday in the library. And we tried to collect some trends, some finances. But first, I wish to introduce you to my university. We are a small university, but we are growing exponentially in Italy. Recently, we have also opened 9 new laboratories, as you can check through this QR code I made for you. In the educational field, but also we try to focus on the students and staff well-being. We have a well-being research institute, for example. And this research about micro-credentialing system is from my lab, which is the Learning Science Hub. So, our topic today is micro-credentials, and the 2 main questions we asked ourselves were, what is the current definition of micro-credentials in Europe, and what investments and projects on micro-credentials have been enacted during the pandemic period? So, our starting point was the Horizon report, 2021 Horizon report, made by, which is focusing on teaching and learning. So there is a big section of this report which is about micro-credentials and recent trends, especially in US university, but also in other universities of the world, and some facts about online education during the pandemic. For example, 2,800 MOOCs have been launched during 2020, which correspond to more than 300 micro-qualifications. So online learning is something that we cannot underestimate anymore. It's something that is becoming more and more natural in our thinking processes. And for example, we expect more investments in the next 5 years, as some experts say. And so it sounds like micro-credentials is something that we should bet on for the future. So also because of their flexibility. For example, in my university, we have a lot of adults that decide to take some courses, maybe a 2nd or a 3rd degree, and a lot of people that doesn't live in my city, so maybe they can't actually travel to my city, or there are also people with disabilities that they can actually move from their houses. But this flexibility make, for example, big companies like Google also competitor of the traditional institutions that provide education. So I don't know if it is something we should worry about, but actually it is a reality that we should accept and face. And so I wanted to quote, to take this beautiful quote by Parag Khanna from his masterpiece called Connectography. The world is really starting to look like the internet because of the intersection and the connections, no? But I would say that also education is becoming more and more similar to internet because of its essence, its new essence and features. And in fact, the 21st century saw an explosion of knowledge, as we can actually see with the MOOCs explosion in 2012, and a new way of transfer this knowledge and acquire this knowledge. So we can talk for hours about MOOCs, about their features. Some authors indicate MOOCs as one of the most significant technological innovation of recent years, for example. So the interesting thing about MOOCs is that they can be actually modified like clay, I would say. For example, starting from different parameters like capacity, duration, we obtain a lot of products like SPOCs or NUCs, etc. So, for example, for my university, which is approaching to MOOCs and micro-credentials, is very interesting because by making research about micro-credentials, we are trying to create a range of different products that could actually be applied to different individuals and different needs. So, in the global landscape, we observed some trends. For example, in Italy, we have the Besser platform, to which my university has contributed with 36 courses, with 36 badges, which are designed mostly for staff, for university staff, so technical and administrative staff, in order to update their knowledges. For example, we have this program in my university which is called a well-being project. So we interviewed a lot of components of our staff, and they complain about their knowledge, about their digital knowledge. So, for example, micro-credentials and badging could be a solution in order to satisfy this need from our staff, because they feel like they actually can't use the innovation, the tools and the technological tools, digital tools, they have to use in order to be up to date in our contemporary world. So looking at some finances, we discovered that a lot of countries are investing, and during the pandemic they invested a lot on micro-credentialing programs. For example, we could see Alberta, Canada, or for example Ireland or Australia, that created almost 20,000 training centers and institutes for people that are unemployed or become unemployed during the pandemic. So micro-credentials give us hope also for the future, for future emergencies that we could face as human beings. We have this example from the Japanese universities, for example, that decide to unify and make their education system more homogeneous by adapting to this framework. And we also collect in our article some trends from the US, starting from the EduCourse report. And a very interesting topic, I would say, is the game-based learning situation. For example, Texas A&M University has launched this program on the web for the training of their staff, which is actually made by gamified online courses. We are actually starting a research line about gaming, and this is very interesting to us. So this information, we will use this information, these trends, in order to create our lines of research in our university and our consortium of universities. I'm about to conclude. So we also studied and analyzed the most recent documents, European documents about micro-credential. Of course, we considered MicroBol, which is the adaptation of Bologna process for micro-credentials. We looked at the CMF from the consortium. And last, we also considered the last European Union recommendation, which was published last December 2021, which was made by interviewing more than 40 countries and collecting over 500 contributions. So, okay. And then we create a sort of pamphlet, I could say, for beginners. So if you never heard about micro-credentials, maybe you can use our little tiny guide that contains the last definitions basing on these documents I showed you, and the main features of micro-credentials. So I will conclude with this. So education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world, but education can change too. So if we embrace this education, this change, we embrace the future. So the best way to approach the micro-credentials is to do it. So I was at the workshop yesterday. So let's do it and let's discover this, this innovation. So future perspective I've told about, some references, and thank you. I've finished.
Well, thank you very much, Marcos. We do have time for a quick question if anyone would like to ask. Any questions from the audience? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So next up in our session, I will find the title. Just excuse me for a moment while I put it in my app. We have Gabby and Evelyn talking together on the subject of recognizing micro-credentials and how, why, and challenges of higher education system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's hope you've had a great conference so far. It's great to be here with you and to have the opportunity today to present some of the outcomes of our STACK project on the recognition of micro-credentials. I'm going to quickly check the time so that I can stick to the 12 minutes. My name is Evelyn Williams. I work for NAFIC, which is the Dutch ENIC-NARIC National Information Center on Academic Recognition. I am filling in today for my colleague Merel Eimers, who really deserves all the credits for the efforts on this project. And presenting with me today is Gabby Whithouse from Lancaster University, who has been a super valuable expert on the steering group of our STACK project. So what we have prepared today, I will firstly briefly revisit the whys of providing and recognizing micro-credentials before introducing the STACK project itself and its results on how to recognize small learning experiences. And then we will conclude with a brief reflection on some challenges and mitigations for higher education institutions in this regard. Now, let's have a quick look, very quick, because I think this has been extensively discussed in the contributions at this conference, at some of the commonly accepted rationales for the provision and also the recognition of micro-credentials. First of all, with their smaller and targeted learning experiences, micro-credentials can help overcome skills gaps in a rapidly changing labor market and economy. They're also often promoted as ways of enabling mobility and lifelong learning. And finally, micro-credentials have the potential, as we saw before, to support inclusion and to hopefully improve access to education and training for wider ranges of learners, as they can be developed and delivered by a great variety of providers, and most of all, also different learning settings, so formal, non-formal, and informal. Now, whether micro-credentials live up to their full potential and what their long-term impact may be on our understanding of the qualification may be still up for debate, but we do believe that they are here to stay and that this trend will continue to grow. And more importantly, micro-credentials of all different shapes and forms have already been hitting the desks of admissions officers and recognition professionals in ENIC centers around the world. So there is a very practical need for guidelines, methods, and policies to deal with their recognition right now. And this, in a nutshell, was the starting point for our EU-funded STACK project, which was a collaboration of 6 ENIC centers of the Netherlands, Malta, Sweden, Ireland, Lithuania, and UK NERIC, and a steering group of experts from EADTU, the European Consortium for Accreditation, and the Art of E-Learning. The aim of our project was twofold. We wanted to reflect on the implications of micro-credentials for the current good practices in recognition, in academic recognition, which resulted in a position paper on the rise and recognition of micro-credentials. And we also wanted to support ENIC offices and admissions officers in higher education institutions in their evaluation of micro-credentials, be it for admissions to study programs or for credits. And to this aim, an online recognition tool was developed, the Micro Evaluator. In our position paper, a 2-track approach for recognizing micro-credentials is proposed. Those micro-credentials that are integrated into the Bologna process can be, in principle, can be recognized in line with the Lisbon Recognition Convention, so the main convention for the recognition of credentials in the European higher education area. And for those micro-credentials that fall outside of the Bologna framework or are maybe offered by non-formal providers could still be recognized by making use of procedures for recognition of prior learning. So this means, in essence, that good practices for recognizing micro-credentials will have to go hand in hand with the implementation of strong, flexible, and widely accessible RPL regimes. And the paper proposes, where possible, to use existing legal frameworks for RPL to develop procedures, though, that are fit for purpose for the recognition of micro-credentials. So procedures that are not overly burdensome for the recognition authority or for the learner. Oh, where has? See, there is, and we're back, good. And we're well aware that RPL regimes are, they vary and they're not everywhere. These fit-for-purpose procedures are not in place yet everywhere. So following this 2-track approach, we suggest that recognition practitioners can make use of a method that was developed in a previous project, the Evaluate project, which was originally designed for the recognition of online learning, but that we found can very well be transferred to modular learning in general, be it online, blended, or face-to-face. And that this method can be applied to the recognition of micro-credentials. It is based on 7 criteria, the first 5 of which will look probably very familiar for admissions officers, as they form the basis for the recognition of traditional qualifications, namely the quality of the course, verification of the certificate, the level of the course, learning outcomes, and the workload. The latter 2, so the way study results are tested in the micro-credential course and the way the identification of a participant is verified, are specifically relevant for modular online learning. Now, to facilitate the recognition and assessment process, in our practitioner's guide, different levels of robustness are described for each criterion. In a sense, in a traffic light model. We unfortunately do not have the time to really get into the details, but just to give you an example, a very robust level of quality might be that the course provider of the micro-credential is accredited, but if this is not the case, you can look at other quality indicators. Maybe the course is eligible for credit transfer towards an accredited institution, or maybe the provider has documented other methods of quality assurance. Now, if all 7 evaluation criteria have a high level of robustness, the micro-credential can be recognized in line with the Lisbon Recognition Convention. However, in this methodology, we do encourage a flexible approach, and we encourage institutions to really look at the context and the purpose of recognition to see whether and which criteria are most important, and on what criteria you may also be able to accept weaker levels of robustness. So we also want to spark a discussion on this, and maybe also for institutions to develop policies in this regard. Now, for the STACK project, we have converted this methodology into an online tool. We'll give you the link to this online application, where step-by-step recognition professionals are basically guided through the process, criterion for criterion, question by question. So if you're a micro-credential provider, you could go online and see what the assessment of your micro-credential would be, and maybe test it out. A live demo would have been nice, but for time purposes, unfortunately, we're not able to do this. And with that, I will wrap up this part and give the floor to Gabi for some final reflections.
Thanks, Evelyn. So I'm Gabi Whithouse, and I was involved in the STACK project on the steering group. And part of my role was to look at how micro-credentials were being discussed in both recognition circles and higher education. And what I found was quite a mismatch between the 2 discourses. And actually that mismatch has been discussed quite a bit in the conference so far. So I almost feel like this is redundant, what I'm going to say. But on the other hand, it also kind of summarizes some of the debates and discussions that have come up. So I'm going to present to you 3, I'm calling them risks of micro-credentials that have come up in the literature, and what I'm calling mitigations, which is kind of the vocabulary of the recognition group. And my personal feeling is that we need more dialogue between these 2 silos, because it feels like the debates are happening in separate silos. So the first risk comes from Canadian duo Wheelahan and Moody, who say that micro-credentials undermine principles of coherence, sequence, and hierarchy in the disciplines, fragmenting the knowledge base of practice. So this is the fear of academics, that micro-credentials are going to basically sort of self-cannibalize the university model of whole qualifications. The mitigation of that is that if the micro-credentials are actually aligned with Bologna and the EQF through the common micro-credentials framework, that's less likely to happen. And then the recognition of credits using the methods that Evelyn has just talked about should also help. And actually, that's quite important, the first one, because a number of the examples that have been presented at this conference so far of what are called micro-credentials don't actually match the criteria even of the common micro-credentials framework. So that really is a good starting point. The second risk is, this is quite a cynical one. The business model for micro-credentials is an architecture of planned obsolescence combined with the perpetual return of workers to commodified e-learning. So it's like manufacturing your washing machine with kind of built-in faults so that, you know, your buyers will come back in 2 or 5 years' time and buy a new one. And I'm sure there will be commercial providers who will approach it in that way, but higher education won't. And all the EU projects on micro-credentials have made the point that higher education institutions should play a leading role in developing and informing the policies and delivery frameworks. And also what I've heard mentioned many times in the last couple of days is the importance of skilled instructional design teams, learning designers who enable and support the development of micro-credentials. The third one is, this one comes from Robson, who is based at the University of Oxford, and he says, rather than providing inclusive pathways, micro-credentials have the potential to deepen social inequalities and further entrench the already classed, gendered, and racialized nature of work. Now, this is based on what we know about people who do MOOCs. And we all know that MOOCs have tended to be used by people who already have degrees and are already privileged. So my mitigations there include a comment from Rory McGreal, who, if any difficult questions come up, I'm going to throw them his way. The term competencies, I know, is frightening to some academics, but the idea that learners will be assessed on their competencies rather than the time they've spent learning makes a lot of sense. And also the point that just because they're micro-credentials doesn't mean they have to be not inclusive and unethical. All the same processes that we go through in designing traditional university curricula should apply here. And then credit pathways are an essential element of providing a holistic approach. So there are some links there. We'll be tweeting out the, in fact, I think I've got we'll be tweeting out the links to the link to the slides, but you can also email us if you want a personal email with the link to the slides. Thank you. If there are any questions, I won't make John run up onto the stage.
I think we have time for one quick question while we change presenters, maybe, if that's okay.
Yeah,
So is anyone would like to ask a question from the audience? Well, perhaps I can ask you one quick one, which is your online platform. When people put in, as an officer, if I put in my judgment, is that visible? Is that shared?
No, I hope people can still hear me. I'm away from the microphone. I'll just project my voice. Hopefully you can hear it from that. So you just get a screen that shows you the traffic light for the 7 quality indicators, and it will be red for some, orange for others, green for others. And you use that to inform your own decision. So at the moment it's just for the user. So we're expecting micro-credential providers to use it to assess their own micro-credentials as well as officers in the recognition offices.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so next up we have Thomas, who is going to talk about taking initiative
So good morning, everyone. Thank you again for the introduction. So my name is Thomas Fischer. I'm a university assistant at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz in Austria. And today I want to talk about how we, or a subunit of our institution in the wake of the pandemic, got interested in digital badges. And perhaps it could be interesting to you because we're a bit of a newcomer into micro-credentialing, digital badges and so on. And it might be interesting to you how we approached it, what our status is thus far, and maybe in the wake of that, as part of an empirical study, what we found in terms of how employers, for example, are interested in digital badges at the moment within the vicinity of our university. So, of course, I'm talking here to experts, so I don't have to really go into details here. Just to give us a common working definition here, what we were interested in was basically micro-credentials as a digital artifact, so a clickable graphic in BASIC, which contains some sort of metadata. What we were interested in now as well, and I will give you a bit some more details on the next slide here, is from the get-go, how can we involve stakeholders in the development of digital badges, and then of course later on, because that might become even more arduous, in the revision and refinement of digital badges. So not just get them involved initially, but then, for example, also get them throughout the process or get them as core stakeholders for a later trust network. So what I'm talking here about, or the process that I'm talking here about, is basically this one here, which was presented by Devicic and Jovanovic. This one, or what you can see here, is a very simplified version of that process, but what it contains in essence is you have basically two steps. So the initial ones here, conceptualization and identifying and contemplating barriers, which refer to preparing the stage within your institution. So basically defining what you will use badges for and what might be challenges to their use. And then you have the actual core development, which is here on the left-hand side, the third step, which then actually includes the development of a specific badge. And that is intimately linked then to the fourth step here, which is community work. That basically entails getting feedback from your stakeholders, so from stakeholders within your institution, but also outside, and then finally getting evaluations continuously for that specific badge, and then refining it, of course. So what we were specifically interested here, because that's basically a main part of that process as well, is the communication with the stakeholders. And what they distinguished here, or the authors distinguished here, is internal trust networks, so trust networks that include teachers, other parts of the institution, and also external trust networks with, for example, employers, policymakers, and so on. And because we wanted to, or we envisioned that we would create digital badges which would eventually then be seen by employers and likely be used to show skill attainment, we wanted to know, okay, is it worthwhile? Will employers within the vicinity of our university actually use these digital badges, or do they actually think at the moment that it would just be another nuisance and they don't want to use it at all? So what we did is we conducted an online survey which had the goal of initially gauging whether employers within the vicinity of our university are actually familiar with the concept and whether they would be interested in using it for recruitment procedures. The context that we set here for them was that they should think about university alumni, which will, for some job opportunity, apply at their institutions, at their organizations, and whether they would accept that they use, for example, badges in addition to more traditional means of showing their skill attainment. So we used Lime Survey for that online survey, and we conducted it towards the beginning of the summer of this year with employers in Upper Austria. What we got were, so we distributed it through the alumni network of our university, which includes somewhere around 5,000 active members, and we basically looked for people who are involved in the recruitment at their specific organizations. So we included one one validation question in the survey. So we asked them actively if they are somewhat involved in the recruitment or at least informed of the recruitment. And we got 59 completed surveys, and we had to exclude 2 of them because they were not involved in recruitment. So what did the questionnaire include? Of course, we had some introduction, some demographical questions. Then, because it was also part of a bit of a larger effort to collect data, we also had some related information that I will not present here, but might be interesting in the future for us. We also included then, specifically for those who are not familiar with digital badges or might have heard it in a different context, a bit of an introduction to digital badges. So again, working definition and an example. And then we actually asked them about their interest, their familiarity and so on with digital badges. So for our sample, so won't go into many details here, but what could be interesting for the interpretation here of our results later on is specifically the 3 last row here, which refer to the organizations that people work at. And in particular, the last row here, because as we can see here, most of the people that have responded to a questionnaire work in larger organizations. So we can expect here that these are people who receive quite a larger extent of applications and maybe also a bit of a more diverse set of applications. So people with different backgrounds, people maybe also from different countries and so on. So what we found first here is that compared to other studies, so we compared our study to a study that was conducted by Reich and Dreamland in 2016 in the US, and to a study by Perkins and Pryor, which was conducted in the UK. Also for the structure of our questionnaire, we heavily referred to the questionnaire by Reich and Dreamland, which Perkins and Pryor also did, so it can be compared quite easily here. We found that in terms of the familiarity with digital badges, it is comparatively good in Upper Austria. So as you can see here, for example, Perkins and Pryor found that about 3% of the people who saw or who then read their definition of a digital badge then also replied, okay, I've heard about that before. In our case, it was almost 20% of participants, which is comparatively good. Then we also asked them for their interest in using digital badges during recruiting. So if they would be willing to look at digital badges if they were, for example, part of a CV. And what we found here is comparatively low interest here, which was quite interesting if compared to the familiarity here. Perhaps that can be explained by some level of being also familiar with the potential challenges of digital badges. So it might be that those people, for example, in the study of Perkins and Pryor already might not be as familiar with digital badges and might see them in a very idealized way, and that might explain why more people here directly say, okay, we are interested in using them, as compared, for example, to our study where only about 1/4 of participants said, okay, we will use them or are interested in using them, and another 60% said, okay, we need more information about that to actually consider it. But what is now also interesting for the future here, or for our upcoming endeavors here or efforts, is as compared to the other studies, we actually had some participants also involved who already had them in CVs. So employers or people involved in recruitment at private organizations who already saw digital badges in their CVs they received from applicants. And of these 7%, half of them also told us that, okay, they also considered them during applications, while the other half told us, okay, we saw them in applications, but they were not interesting yet to us, or we don't know them yet. So there is a bit of potential here to actually then also form, for example, a core for a trust network in the future with those people who are actually already familiar with the concept. What we then also did as a last portion of our questionnaire is look at more practical considerations here. So we also asked the people involved if they would be willing, or when they are willing to review badges as part of an application, how many they would be willing to review in each application. And what we saw here is, of course, most people told us, yeah, I am willing to review a couple of them, but only the bare minimum, so but 1 to 5 badges per application. But we also had some enthusiasts included here, so one person even told us, for example, okay, I would be willing to use only digital badges and would be willing to review, for example, more than 20 badges per application, which is a bit of an exotic outlier here, but as we can see here, some of them are actually interested in using them also actively in an application. Then we also added some information on different tool support. So if they would be willing to use badges more often if they had tool support. So if it's, for example, included in a digital CV where you could directly access the information that is included in a badge, that would enhance their willingness to some degree here. So more than 50% told us it would increase their interest. And also if there is, for example, a larger platform or something like that where they could more easily compare, for example, applicants in terms of having relevant skills. So if they could, for example, filter badges or select certain badges that they would be interested in, that would also increase their interest, but they yet don't know how that would look like. So they also need more information in that regard. So to sum up everything, we found that there is already quite or comparatively high level of familiarity with badges in our sample, and also quite a high level of interest. Yet what is a bit missing here is still the practical experience with digital badges. So people might have heard about it or might have heard about the concept, but they don't know yet what it will look like in reality. So what will it look like when it's part of an application? What do I have to do with it? How can I, for example, ascertain whether it's a high quality badge or not? And if it's relevant, for example, for me. So that's already quite a gap that we need still to address in the future here. So, for example, for information campaigns and by giving people experience in that regard. Also, what we plan to do next is we also included an invitation to interviews in this questionnaire, and we will next conduct some in-depth interviews with these people, directly focusing on whether they would be interested in being involved in digital badge revision, for example, and also the development process. And basically to define an initial trust network to see what employers are perhaps or feel threatened by when using digital badges, and how we can support them in using digital badges in the future. So it is actually worthwhile for us to also offer them to the job market. So that's it from my side. Here are our references. Thank you, and I hope that you can also share some of your experiences in that regard. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Again, I'd like to ask if anyone has any questions from the audience. Thomas, if you'd like to share about experience in the area. If I can ask one in case then.
Sure.
You mentioned just very briefly the idea of the trust network. Whether it's possible to get the people who you're interviewing talking to each other?
That as well, yeah, sure. That's why why I would also ask for experience by people who are already engaged with employers, because it's not just the effort that would be involved for them to actually be part of that revision process, for example, but also if they, for example, feel threatened by sharing that with each other or being involved in a network where other people can see what they are doing, what they might be interested in terms of skills, in terms of assessments of skills and so on and so forth. If it should be, or that trust network should be constructed, for example, as the university being in the central part of a node, or being a central node and then communicating with every employer separately, or in your experience, if it is actually possible to also get into kind of a real network of institutions here. So we're open for that, but we don't know yet as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So next speaker, please. My colleague, Chris Gardner, on recognition of prior experiential learning, on entry to UK degree apprenticeship programs, potential employment.
No, thank you very much. As John's just mentioned, I'm from the Open University in the UK, and I work in the School of Computing Communications, and I'm also a doctoral student, just in my final write-up year. So this is very much based on my research at the moment. It's just a snapshot, but it's based on prior experiential learning. So at the Open University, we've introduced recognition of prior experiential learning relatively recently, just over the last few years. And although recognition of accredited learning is quite well established, experiential learning isn't. So we haven't had many applications for recognition of prior experiential learning. And the question is, why might that be? Because apprentices are in work. We can see from demographics that many of them have quite senior positions, but we're not getting many applicants. So my research is looking at this from three different directions. One is from a policy level. What are the policy regulations? How are we actually putting RPEL in practice in the university? And then the second research question is, how are the academics actually putting that into practice? And the third research question is, what are the actual experiences of the apprentices and those working at that level? Sorry. So this is a very simplified model of the research. The important point here is that what I'm going to focus on today is those ovals there, the actual people that I've been talking to involved in the processes. So I've been talking to RPEL leads and experts. I've been talking to academics within the university and also to apprentices and those who are actually trying to recruit the apprentices onto program within the university. So it is a case study. It's very much involved in the Open University. It's very much apprentices applying for RPEL. But the actual methods I'm using, it's mixed methods. I am using documentary analysis and surveys, but to say the focus today is on the interview data that I've been collecting, and then using thematic analysis to actually draw some themes together. So what I've actually done here is just taken a few quotes from those I've been interviewing, and firstly here, I'm actually looking at the benefits of offering RPEL. So from one of our academics here at the Open University, he actually says, it's obvious we should be doing this. We're an open university, it's perfect. So there are opportunities to attract learners who wouldn't necessarily come to university otherwise. And also, if we could get the tutors to do the assessment of RPEL, then it might actually be a good time saver for those modules where we have so many students and not enough tutors. So what we'd like to do is to actually give apprentices opportunities to use their work-based learning towards their apprenticeship degree. So it's not easy to know how to actually do that though. So my research is actually, I'm focusing on our experience in computing communications in STEM faculty. I'm also introducing other aspects of RPEL from other faculties. So I've been talking to the Faculty of Business and Law. They have a completely different approach to RPEL, and also Advanced Clinical Practice, again a different approach there. So in the STEM faculty, we've actually tried to automate some of the process. So we have a three-stage RPEL application. First of all, it's sort of a high-level screening, and secondly, it's a more in-depth multiple choice question. And if the applicants then think they can go to a full RPEL application, then they can do a full portfolio. In the business faculty, it's very much jump straight in and do that big portfolio with no guarantee of whether it's actually going to be accepted. And advanced clinical practice is the other example I'm investigating, and that's where the clinicians actually have some qualifications from outside of university, and they need to get that accredited for their degree. So, there's different kinds of approaches that could be used. And the other thing that we need to take into consideration is that those who are offering RPEL to the candidates, they need to be quite clear about what is and isn't possible to be included within a degree program. So, for example, one of those I've spoken to said, we'd like a real-life example of an RPEL candidate or a persona or something to work on. How do we know if we have enough background experience? So looking at some of the difficulties there, let's say there has to be engagement with a wide variety of stakeholders. It's not an easy process to engage in RPEL. There has to be that initial conversation. Do you have that background experience? There need to be processes in place for the students to actually submit their application. There needs to be assessment, and there needs to be some quality assurance. It's a very complex process. So, and also the quote there at the top on the right is from one of the academics, not really quite sure what RPEL was. He sort of knew it was vaguely like accreditation of university credit, but not quite sure what is it. And was also concerned that we need to make sure that these students who go through our PEL routes, that they've met all of the learning outcomes on programme. And this actually looks quite restrictive, because do we really need to know the student has studied exactly the same sort of thing on our module? Can it be something that's broader than that, but is still recognised? Another concern there, we didn't have a mechanism in place to recognise experiential learning. And sort of towards the bottom, the quote in green there, again, this is an academic quote from one of the academics saying, we wanted to make sure that the students can do numeracy, they can do programming, they can do problem solving, communication skills. This is RPEL at level 1, where we want the students to pick up a broad range of skills. How can we be sure that they tick all of those boxes? But again, are we trying to be too prescriptive here? You know, should we make it a little bit more flexible? So the last quote there was from our RPEL expert at the university, and she said, thought there was a borderline RPEL person. Should they go down that route or shouldn't they? Would they get bored on programme if they'd already done a lot of the work? So what I also wanted to do was talk to some of the apprentices who had either gone along the RPEL route or were thinking about it. So it was obvious from some of the quotes that the students aren't necessarily sure what we're looking for. What are the university looking for? What experience does count? And I think there's a reluctance to commit to RPEL without actually knowing what that might involve. And yet, if the students can and do go down the RPEL route, there's obvious time savings, there are associated cost savings for the employers if they're not funding the apprentices for those modules. So, for example, a student here said, if they'd had to have done that 30 hours of work, then it would have been much better to have used that time. Don't have to study the module. And yet, some of the students who considered RPEL, for example, going through this 3-stage process, thought, well, actually, I don't know very much about this area. I should go and study the full module. So there were different sort of approaches there. So in conclusion, I say there is a clear apprenticeship drive for RPEL, and it fits in very well with the Open University entry policy, attracting all kinds of learners. But the HE programs are not designed for incorporating RPEL into program. And also the applicant's awareness is variable. So for the RPL leads, we do want to value all learning, but we do need to make sure that the systems and processes are in place. It's not easy to implement. For academics, RPEL can be a new process they're not sure about. So there should be sharing of practice, sharing of ideas on how to best implement. And for apprentices, RPL can give them credit for that learning that they've done. But it's not always clear how it can count towards the degree. So just some very, very sort of initial recommendations. More awareness of RPEL possibilities is needed. There needs to be some sort of scalability of RPEL because it can be a very time-consuming process. So just a few suggestions: open box module, micro-credentials, although, as Evelyn and Gabby suggested, that needs careful consideration. Use of technology for screening possible candidates, use of personas or a scoring chart to help those to assess whether the RPL candidate should go along that route. And there's also potential for less teaching time needed if the students can just use the RPEL route. So thank you very much. And let's say, any questions? Ask me later. Oh, yeah. Well, the problem that was evident was that some of the staff who were talking to potential applicants were very familiar with RPEL and others weren't. So I think it was those who are less experienced thought, well, if we had some sort of more of a tick box or scoring system, maybe some personas, does your applicant look like this or that person? It might help them to determine, is it an RPEL candidate or not? Because there's quite a big grey area there. Helping the support staff, that's right, yeah. Because it's a big decision and it's not a sort of a clear-cut boundary, yes or no. Sometimes it's, well, is there enough there? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we'll move to the next speaker, please. And again, it's for you to find the title. Hopefully that's going to appear on the screen. Yes, can online accreditation be trusted? So keep on.
Well, good morning, everybody. Very pleased to be here. And I'm going to start by giving you a summary of what you're going to hear. Mine is a discussion piece this morning. It's a question that I, as a director of an accrediting body for business schools, am asking post-COVID. So it really tunes in with a lot of things we've been talking about at this conference, but it does it in a very different context. So I am Keith Pond. I'm the director of EOCS, which is one of the accreditations and certifications that are awarded by EFMD, the organisation I represent. Oh, there we are. There's EFMD. And what I'm going to do is sort of talk about their process of reviewing business schools, particularly. And you can see there we have a whole range of offers for business and management education aimed at corporate providers, aimed at business schools, aimed at programs, and the bit I'm interested in aimed at online courses, including those as small as MOOCs and, dare I say, in the future, micro-credentials too. But the premise here is we had to change, just like everybody else for COVID. We went online. Reviews of, in any of these processes, typically had this sort of chronology. There would be a self-review of the institution, the course, the program. After passing an eligibility test, they'd apply and pay a fee to enable a peer review team to come and visit, and over the period of a number of days, 4 days, 2 days, depending on the type of artifact we're looking at, put in a report that would then either be agreed or not by the board. Now this was something that for EQUIS, our oldest accreditation, has been running well for 25 years until the beginning of 2019, when, as we will all remember, COVID hit us. We all stayed at home, and not only teaching but reviews of business schools. Were we going to stop for 2 years, or were we going to do this online? Well, the answer is we went online. I must say for EOCS, the bit I'm the director of, looking at online courses, we were always online. We were born online and made sure that all of our processes were online. But what we found in the online peer reviews, after about 18 months, people started grumbling. The schools, the reviewers, the institutions started saying, hang on, you know, we're losing something here by being online. And the negatives, you can see at the top of my diagram there, were that online meetings tended to be very formal. Relationships weren't really being formed between the team members, the review team members, who had to come together very quickly and become a team very quickly. And the review team members said the school itself, when they visited, they really didn't get a feel for it, actually touching the fabric, you know, seeing the offices, the way of working, the buzz around the place, especially when it's a place with students buzzing about. Now, I sort of label these are sort of the unmeasurables, the qualitative features, the touch and feel features. But there were advantages. And as you know, as researchers as well, things with numbers on tend to have great importance. So the quantitative benefits said, well, look, we like online because the cost. We pay the fee, and I'm going to make you wince now, for EQUIS, this is €58,000 on a 3 or 5 year cycle. But also you pay for all of the reviewers to come and visit your school and fly them all around the world to do so. So there was sort of quantitative sort of benefits, that the cost was down, the sustainability, the carbon footprint factor was down because you didn't fly people around the world to review your school, and over a period of days without travel time, business was done far more efficiently. So there was pros and cons, and what I've done in this discussion is to say, really, this is all about trust. So it's a word we've had in a previous discussion this morning. So I am leaning on the work of Oliver Williams, a Nobel Prize winning economist, and his formulation of trust. He was talking about financial services, banks, the people we need to trust all the time. And he said there's three bits to trust. The bits that we can measure, the calculative, the institutional trust, and the bits that we can measure are they're all out there in the environment. The institutional trust is, who is it? Who is the business school? Who are the people on the review team? Who is this EFMD that's coming to review us? An interesting insight there is from a legal scholar, Irfat, who in 1998 said, the way that financial institutions are pushing us away, actually there's a lower and lower moral obligation to repay debt or be totally honest on your insurance claims. So he said, the fact that we're online, we don't meet people, we don't have that same moral obligation to them. And I think that's transferable to this situation as well. But the third part that's related to by a number of researchers, including Kroger, is the trust in the team that comes from the people involved. I'm going swiftly through this, so you'll have to catch me in the coffee break to get me to explain all the elements of this later. But I'm now turning to, hopefully, a very famous team forming model by Tuckman in 1965, and really picking up on the fact that online teams have to be swift teams. They have to get trust swiftly. There's no time to mess about. There's no lead up. You're in a team online, you've got to get to know people. And so the focus of this swift trust, and trust is what needs to be done with the people involved in the reviews, so the review team itself trusting each other and to carry out their function, and the trust between the review team and the school, so they're not hiding the wacky professor in the cupboard when the review team comes round. Yeah, Gabby knows I've done that. But this is, in fact, we put them on holiday, not in a cupboard. That would be cruel. But forming the team and getting them to sort of sing from the same hymn sheet, and then getting them to perform. This was the vital piece. So if I turn back to Williamson's model, the calculative bit of the model, what can we measure, comes from people's experience. Which other schools have had this? What is the quality of what's being done? What is our staff's experience? So that's the history of the institutions relating together. And then the institutional. Are these people coming here to judge us or to support us and help develop us? And all of the accreditation bodies in business say on their web pages, we're here to help you develop. They're here to judge. So it's a delicate balance of how that relationship is formed when you know that. There's a lot riding on that judgment that is being made. But there's a number of things, I won't read them out, that can be done to make sure that other element, that qualitative, unmeasurable element of trust can be formed, and that is picking the right team in the first place, selecting people with empathy, selecting relevant people, sometimes people with a knowledge of that educational area, be it an online university, be it one in a different part of the world, that you need that local knowledge of the regulation and the system. And then before the online team arrives at the school, in its Zoom meeting, in its Zoom window, making sure that the school knows who they are, knows their backgrounds. The team as well, getting to know each other before the event. In the past, in face-to-face reviews, this has happened really I was involved in a review where I was flown out to Australia, and I met my fellow reviewers in the hotel the morning of the review started. So we discussed over breakfast, we got to know each other. It wasn't enough, it wasn't perfect, but say the review went reasonably well over 4 days. But that was the old way. The new way is probably even less time to do that. So I'm finishing with my conclusion that whether we're going online, and most of the accreditation bodies are switching back to face-to-face reviews and abandoning online, not EOCS, the bit that I'm responsible for, that's staying online, always has been. But really to say, it's up to people. People make the difference in these events. People make the difference in how they behave, how they relate, how they take the job seriously. So when we're looking at accreditation, and we've heard speakers talk about getting that trust in the badges, then there's a lot to be learned here when we're looking at accrediting different elements of our practice, that we ensure that we do think about establishing and maintaining trust all the time. And I do wonder, while I look at the references here, whether we'll ever fully abandon face-to-face in some part of our practice. Thank you very much. I will say, at EFMD, and it's different for other accrediting bodies, we have a different system. And the different system is that all of our reviewers do it for love. They are people chosen, selected, because they want to help others develop. They want to spread good practice. And they want on their CV that they've been a reviewer for EFMD. So there's some self-interest. But no, they don't get paid. And actually that was one of the things, that trying to get people to do online reviews was difficult, because they said, well, what's in it for me? I don't even get to fly to Australia. I don't even get to go to the, Brazil and enjoy a few days in the sun. So there are difficulties, but they get round it. We circumvent that by saying, no, we don't want people as paid reviewers. We want them as people who are doing it for the right reasons and no money. Yeah, well, that's pretty much the same. So within EFMD itself, we have 4 offices around the world. Brussels is our main one, Prague, Hong Kong and Miami, but the most of the work is done in Brussels and Prague. And here are officers who are have always worked to prepare the review before it happens. And we found that just with a bit of reorganization, we didn't actually need a lot more, any more people to carry out the same number of reviews. So yes, we did consider that, but it's not a big enough issue to raise the fees. Thank you for the question.
Hello. So it's Sometimes it's a blessing to be the last, because I realize that some of the slides I don't need now anymore. We've talked so much about micro-credentials. I'm here, Tyrrell unfortunately can't come. We both worked together on this for 2 to 3 years in our capacities as Associate Dean of Curriculum. Tyrrell has taken over from me. And what I just said about the first slide, I wanted to remind you, why we think micro-credentials meet the needs of the future. Actually, you can see it here. We've all said it before. I won't have to say much about that. Perhaps only that the QAA in the UK has come up with a document describing more how micro-credentials can fit into UK higher education. And that's one worth reading. That's the second reference there. So let's talk about then how we dealt with micro-credentials at the Open University UK. And this is a talk more about, not so much about what do they look like, what's the content. This is about how we introduce them alongside traditional core curriculum and how we worked the process of counting them towards qualifications. And that's come up a lot as well. It's really important. Now, at the Open University, we created a program across the university for micro-credentials, and they're working on some of the things that should be the same across the university. And we needed to really find ways of having them alongside the traditional curriculum. And this is one of the strands of my talk. It fits very well with our latest university strategy, greater reach, offering unrivaled choice, quality, and flexibility, with the university's core offer on qualifications and accredited learning at its center. We were one of the first, I mean the Faculty of Wellbeing, Education and Language Studies, we were one of the first to pilot a micro-credential, and that was one on online teaching, creating courses for adult learners in 2020. Of course, that was extremely topical. Everybody wanted to know about how do we teach online. We now have a portfolio of 9. The university has just close to 20. We have another 9 in the pipeline. So there's momentum building for micro-credentials. We are counting them towards, we've already approved it, towards a master's in online teaching. And we are about to approve micro-credentials counting for a business school, MBA, and another qualification. And there's really strong interest. We talked about suppliers, policymakers. We get a lot of interest from Scotland, so University UK, that is England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Scottish government is paying a separate money so that people can take micro-credentials. Northern Ireland the same. Wales, I think, is on its way. There's a bit more work to be done in England, but there's some other problems at the moment in England, so I won't go into that. So just to give you an idea what that might look like, so the MA in online teaching has an initial module, and that's 30 ECTS. They're all at level 7, and then there's a capstone module at the end, and sandwiched between is the choice. They can also have there are other courses they can take, but they can choose 4 from those 6 that we have at the moment. You can see them here. There's the one about creating courses for adult learners, evaluating and improving courses, embedding mental health, accessibility, inclusive learning, embedding social, race, gender-related equity, and addressing the climate emergency in future. There are a number of other ones already that we're thinking about, and you can see the attraction immediately. What you can do, you can just have these smaller units, and people within their masters pick what's most important to them. Now, let's focus on that one element. Alongside traditional core curriculum, the issues here are there's a different pedagogical model, assessment strategy is different for micro-credentials, The curriculum approval process is something we need to look at. Can we do the same that we have for our normal core curriculum? Production processes are different. Quality assurance processes need to be looked at. And also, how do we do curriculum planning and management? We know how to do that with our core curriculum because we've done it for 50 years. How do we do that when we have potentially a huge number of micro-credentials that we need to fit in alongside? And alongside all those issues that other speakers today have already mentioned. So, for example, the pedagogical model. Micro-credentials, the way we offer them, are based more on peer learning, on learning advisors. The student experience is a different one. And colleagues often come and say, you know, well, how can that be an OU course? Yeah, you know, they don't have the tutors, they don't have that support that we provide. And it's true, it's a different product in the new language, and we need to accept that. It does take a discussion. There's a cultural element of making these micro-credentials be accepted alongside what we do already. As for assessment strategy, our core curriculum, we have tons of assessment strategies. For micro-credentials, the university decided, let's just have one. Let's have one summative assessment at the end, and you might have quizzes all along the way. That makes it already a bit easier. Curriculum approval can be a very, very complex process at the Open University, and we're not cutting corners. We have the same basic process, but we're trying to be a bit more effective in that process, because again, for these small modules, it would be really, when we fill in all the paperwork that we need to fill in, for example, how many teachers, student-teacher ratio, these all don't matter, so we need to find them, and we are finding ways to be very efficient in that one. Production process, a normal OU course can take 2 to 3 years to be produced, costs about £500,000 or so altogether. It's a deluxe, you know, a course, and we can be really proud of. That doesn't work for micro-credentials, especially if we want them to be agile. So we have, the first one was created, 12-week course in 6 weeks, very much in a team-based approach. External examiners, normally the timelines are much longer. We needed to adjust those. There's a lot that we needed to do. We made it work for micro-credentials. And now there's backward learning. So if we can do it for micro-credentials, can we change things for our normal production? So there could be quite a fruitful benefit from that. Quality assurance process. This is I will be talking about in the second part of this presentation. But there are some issues. So we deliver micro-credentials through FutureLearn, and we don't have the same learner analytics and data to coming back into us. So then looking at student performance is a little bit harder at the moment. It's not something that can't be overcome. It'll just take longer. But it's worth remembering, we need to have the data from our students and how they perform. Otherwise, we can't do our quality assurance process really well. And how do you plan for curriculum? Is it just free for all? So somebody just comes in, I want to do a micro-credential. We wouldn't do that for our core curriculum. So we had to organize that. So in our faculty, we introduced a steering group, and we had that co-chaired between the university and the faculty leads on micro-credentials, and it was a very collaborative process, and that may also be the reason why we have sort of the highest number of micro-credentials at the moment, and the pipeline that, so should, well, hopefully we can implement very, very soon. So the second part is counting it towards qualifications. And I'm just, again, raising some issues, and then I'll talk about it, what we've done. The standalone with stronger employment focus can be an issue if people think this is too much like training and not enough higher education. Remember, this is postgraduate. So how do you turn something that's very, very business, very professionally focused into something that is at the required level? Clearly, we are interested in up and reskilling, and that's why, for example, Scotland is so interested in them. But how do we make that work? How can we count that towards within our other system? That's quite an issue. There is a potential for widening access to higher education. We can get students we wouldn't otherwise get them. What's the consequence for us for that as well? What do we need to do to our students, to those students, to help them succeed? And then, of course, conditions under which credit can be counted towards qualifications. What's the maximum number of credits allowed within a qualification? What's the shelf life of a micro-credentials? Because we're producing them, you will have similar experience. You need to give them a certain shelf life, otherwise it doesn't work. So these things need to be discussed, and there's a lot of things in the detail. Suitability of working outcomes, learning outcomes. What do we need to tell students beforehand about their experience? So if they realize it's a different experience from our core curriculum, that they say, well, you know, well, I knew it from the start and I made that decision. So we are almost there in having the governance sorted. We have 9 principles that have all been approved, and I spare you the boring ones because they can be sometimes very, very technical, legal, and even these ones are very simple, but it's good to have them as a policy. 1, microcredentials follow OU academic governance, approval processes, and quality assurance requirements in line with all credit-bearing OU curriculum. This is for our own microcredentials. The credit transfer for other microcredentials from other institutions isn't an issue. We have a long-established practice on that. But we, and I go straight to principle 5, we very early on said, if we award a credit, whether it's through our core curriculum or whether it's a microcredential, an OU credit is an OU credit, and it has to count. It has to be able to count and be classified towards our final classification. Credit transfer is normally not classified. The second principle is a bit of a very pragmatic solution because it's a different student experience, and we want to really point it. This is OU core with all the support. This is a micro-credential, a different pedagogical model. We call them learners. I'm not sure that is the ultimate solution, but it works for now to make it happen. And principle 9 is just a simple rule that we all agreed on. It's about 1/3 of a qualification that can be counted or can be covered with micro-credentials. And as I just told you in the MA online, that's how it's sort of sandwiched between those other 2 modules. So, future of micro-credentials at the OU, I think we are very keen on them. There's just for us as an institution, trying to reach students all across different areas, fields, professions, socioeconomic backgrounds. We want to make that happen. We want to bring in, and they have the potential to bring policymakers, subject experts, and professionals together. We see the global educational opportunities here to match our aspirations, to take our learning as far as we can to everybody who should have it but may not have access otherwise. I said about different learners, pick them up, and that's where the presentation about recognition of experiential learning also fits in. We're very keen on that, making this whole thing work. And we can also see it as it's an experimental and innovative education, like a sandpit in the UK. You put one on, you do the best you can with it, but you might realize that it doesn't work or there's no market for it. Not much harm done. So we can try out new fields, try out new topics, and that's how we very much see them. And I think that's all I have to say for that. Thank you.
just wonder whether you can tell us about the future intentions for the Open University. In an earlier session, someone from the Open University of Catalonia said that they're planning to micro-credentialize, they didn't use that word, I'm using it, every single course they offer. And I wondered whether the Open University is going in the same direction.
Certainly not, no. I think our course sizes are 15 and 30 ECTS, so 60 and 13 and 60 OU UK credits. There's a reason for that. So we really bring these courses normally consist of several themes, but we really bring them together, and they're not standalone in themselves. We could, in theory, do that, but then the question would be why. You know, there may be elements within courses that we have that we might want to turn into a micro-credential on its own, maybe, you know, just a small chunk, because it has that broader standalone value. I doubt that the whole of our curriculum has that standalone you know, attractiveness, and I can foresee a lot of problems when you do that, because so if a traditional course has a shelf life of 8 years, let's say, once you put something of that into a micro-credential, it does age, and some bits of our themes in our courses age more than others. So you'd have to then remake the micro-credential probably much more frequently, and then you have a disparity between what you're teaching on either. I'd be very cautious. So there are no plans to do that. I think it's actually very market-driven, and we're hoping to get external calls to, well, could you do a micro-credential on this, that, or the other, and then we might respond to it.
Any other questions? Okay, well, I think I'm going to...
Thanks.
So you're most welcome to join this session. And this morning we will hear three interesting research talks on online student needs and experiences during the COVID period. And let's start with Dr. Birgit Smith, who comes from the University of Applied Management Studies. And she will talk us about how the first year students experienced online learning during COVID-19 period. And the first results indicate that students face several challenges. Let's hear the study results and think at the most important thing. Think at the same time, should we rethink the design of learning scenarios at the higher education institutions? So floor is yours. You're welcome.
I'm staying. I just need to know how to, where is the, okay, now it's on. I have it. Thank you. So, I just want to briefly introduce our university. It's located in the south of Germany. We are a small university with less than 1,000 students. It is a university that has a very practical orientation with a focus on management. And we have a lot of first-generation students. So it's not it's not a university for traditional students. And we have very many international students with us, as we offer flexible part-time study models. And we are working on very small seminar-based study groups. Now, after the COVID or during COVID, we have already prepared for more online classes. We adopted these forms within our study model, and digital technology and being online has become an incremental part of students' life everywhere and anyway. So this is something that students requested, and this was also something that our study program required, because increasingly digitally supported teaching and learning opportunities enabled us to provide international programs. Also, what we learned from students, also before COVID, was that students value flexibility, but they, during COVID, learned to also value the flexibility of synchronous online classes, digital documents and video material. That's what they responded. And very many students also said that they like the opportunity to not traveling. It's less costs for them and, well, basically more time for learning. This is at least something that we got as a response. Now, what we observed, or what is obvious, that students at entry level frequently struggle in online classes. They basically tend to avoid using the learning management system for uploading assignments, for example, or for communicating through this tool, or for using forums, and they seem very unmotivated to deal with the provided online material. Very many of them, I have 2 first semester of first year classes. They are basically invisible in online classes. And this was the reason for us to go deeper into this issue and dig deeper, and we wanted to find out what's the problem. As we all know, the digital native is a myth, because from what I experience with the students is very many first-year students, even though they have experienced online learning in school during COVID, they're not really familiar with using digital tools for learning. This is something that they don't ascribe to a smartphone. Smartphones are for fun and for communicating with friends, but not for learning. And very many lack competencies and strategies to successfully engage in learning with technology. Now, recent attempts have been established to define digital competence, and I'm not going into detail here because it's a very broad field and very many aspects need to be considered, like this European framework, the DigiComp, that has been established and aims at showing 5 competence areas with including 21 competencies each. So it's very difficult to really get a grasp or really get to understand what is meant by 21st century skills. And research has given us very many attempts to define it. This is just a listing of some of them that are used in the literature review. They try to define digital competence with a focus on competency, critical use of electronic media, logical thinking, critical thinking, also being able to develop very good communication skills, knowledge-oriented, cognitive, critical, and responsible perspectives. This is a lot of many perspectives that we did not focus on, but we wanted to focus on learning strategies for the 21st century for learners in order to really capitalize the potential of digital technologies for teaching and learning. You really need to be able to successfully engage in learning with technology, and you need to have specific personal strategies and competencies that are required. And research has basically come up with these 3 learning strategies that are important, and they are important for education and to successfully engage with technology. It's time management, it's collaborative learning, and self-directedness, and this is why we focus on these 3 strategies only. We did very many other surveys with different perspectives, but for our research in this presentation here, we wanted to find out what are the expectations regarding online learning of first-year students, and to what degree are they ready to successfully engage in online learning, and what is their motivation to learn in online contexts. Now we have started to run a study entrance survey 2 years ago, 3 terms ago, 1.5 years. It has 32 items based on validated questionnaire items, measures from previous research on these 3 constructs that I just showed you. We've been running this for 2 successive years, 3 terms. We have a participation rate of 38%. All in all, almost 100 students responded now within this span of time. 62 female, 33 male students. And the age is, which is I think important for us, we also sometimes have older students, but the age range still is 23, so sometimes students have already done an internship or also worked. So this is the response to the question regarding the motivation to learn in online contexts. They are motivated. Obviously, this is not the problem. They seem to be fine with learning in online contexts. And you can see here, on the left-hand side, this is the overall feedback, the full sample. So from fully agree to strongly disagree, almost all students responded that they fully agree to the questions we asked them with regard to motivation in online contexts. With regard to the split between undergraduates and postgraduates, you can see the difference already. The undergraduates are less sure, but still they seem to be okay with it. So obviously the experience from school was not so bad. They are still motivated to do it, and you can see here they are expecting it. From all the questionnaire items that we asked them with regard to time management, collaborative learning, and self-directed learning, they seem to be expecting that they need to do a lot of work, need to or that there will be communicating and collaborating with peers in online contexts and via learning management platforms. So the expectation from students seems to be fairly high, or was from the responses that we got. But they are not really ready for it. And I think from these graphs that I took from the system for time management and for self-directed learning, it already shows that with this regard, students are not really prepared for online learning. Collaborative learning seems to be fine, but we already thought that time management and self-directed learning might have a discrepancy or a significant difference to the questions with regard to expectations. And this is definitely what showed when we analyzed the data, that students' expectations for time management and for self-directed learning are much higher than their readiness. And this was a statistically significant difference within these two groups. And for collaborative learning, students' expectancies and their self-reported readiness was more realistic. What we thought, I must say that we expected a much higher or a much worse response with regard to readiness. We were surprised to see such high responses and such high values for readiness, but still the difference is significant. What is critical about this is that definitely time management is an early measure for academic success, and it significantly predicts student grades and performance. So this is something that we definitely need to do something about. And also the introductory phase of studies, self-directed learning, it helps students to select and apply learning strategies. So if this is missing, then they are not able to really pick appropriate to the situation the material, to prioritize, to really decide on what to do next in order to fulfill an assignment, for example, to monitor their learning behavior, and to use their resources and also the resources provided thoughtfully. So the third research interest that we had was how do they motivate, or how does motivation to learn relate to their expectations? And also the correlation analysis showed that they are motivated to learn in online context, and that a statistically significant relationship was found between the motivation to learn online and all the concept variables that I just mentioned, like time management, self-directed learning, and collaborative learning. So this is something that is difficult probably to instill in students, the motivation to learn online, but this is something that needs to be considered and needs to be reflected for the programs and for the information that you give prior to taking up studies. The implications, from what I can tell you here within this short span of time, we had a lot of preparational material for this study, but from the implications that we took out of this study was that we need to integrate interventions, especially for the weaker students that we definitely have. We thought of providing an online self-test in advance because it needs to be made aware to students. They obviously expect it, they're motivated, they think they can do it, but they're not. And especially with regard to time management and self-directed learning, this is something that can, really lead to dropouts in this case. And we have seen more dropouts recently than we did before COVID. So the online self-test is definitely something that we're going to start, and then we will have evaluations in the third term again in order to see how they have fulfilled their tasks, basically these online self-tests. And we will also try to implement classes or material for other lecturers to really direct students or explain to students cognitive learning strategies and connect them to their learning goals, memorizing strategies for self-directed learning, for example, and to train students in face-to-face contexts without technology before engaging them in technology-supported learning, something that research has shown. It's easier for students to do something online if they know how to do it offline. Yes, I got the message that I am supposed to stop. This is the summary, and I think digital learning context will remain. Online and blended learning contexts already have become the new normal in already, and they will be in the upcoming years. Student populations are becoming more diverse. We already know what it looks like and what it feels like. It's a lot of work, and the gap between learners who have these competencies that we were talking about and those who don't have them will widen. And in this case, it is only our task and it's the need to really support them and help them to get prepared for collegiate level and for studying online. This is the literature, and thank you for listening to me.
So thank you so much. Really interesting talk. Any questions? No questions? Come on. No? Okay, then, thank you. Please.
Does it need to go into slideshow? Go ahead. Thank you everybody for your attendance this morning in this beautiful city of Athens. So impressive. I'm presenting here this morning not just on my own behalf, but on behalf of my colleagues, Dr. Mark Brown and Professor Mark Brown and Dr. Eamon Costello. So I'm going to talk to you about exploring perceptions and use of third-party online learning support services for online university students. And it ties quite well in with the previous speaker. The service I'm going to talk to you about is Studiosity. Have any of you used Studiosity in your institutions? Just as a matter of interest, no? So you haven't heard of it before? Vaguely, okay. So I suppose what I'm going to talk about is relevant not just to Studiosity, but to any kind of academic learning support system that is in place for students. So most higher education institutions have that sort of support in place for students, just because it sort of supports their attention and progression. So what I'm going to say is kind of relevant to any academic learning support. But just a little bit about Studiosity. As I said, it's third party, so it's kind of a private organization. They're long established, at least 10 years, if not longer, and widely used throughout the world. I think the service originated in Australia, so it's widely used in Australia, I know that, and increasingly so in Europe. And I know in Ireland, DCU is not the only institution who has used Studiosity. It's been used by other institutions in Ireland as well. And what they do, I suppose, they're very clear that they provide help and not answers for students. So they're very clear on that. But the services we used Studiosity for were a live online chat to support students. So students could submit, say they wanted help from a particular tutor. They would submit the type of help they wanted, say for academic writing or maybe maths, and they would be allocated a tutor normally within 30 minutes. So they would get, they would have a live online session with the tutor. The other service we used for Studiosity was writing feedback, so academic writing feedback. So students would submit a piece of writing, and there was a word count limit on that piece of writing, and they would have feedback normally within 24 hours. They would get written feedback on their submission. So it's quite an agile service, but the key thing to note is that students have to normally articulate what they want help with. So it's normally grammar, spelling, structure, readability, that sort of help that they get from Studiosity. The reason we introduced it in DCU as a pilot in the academic year 18-19 was that we're kind of a dual mode university. We've got about 20,000 students, but most of them are on campus, only 1,000 online. And the support services were very good for on-campus students, but not so great for online students. There were about 3 hours of online support a week provided in 2018-19, and we felt, distance students needed a bit more than that. So we decided to pilot Studiosity for the online students. And as you know, in distance education, retention is a big challenge. So we felt, that hopefully it would support retention and persistence of those students. When we look at the numbers of students, I suppose the important thing about this slide is that you can see that most of our students are undergrad. About 75% of the cohort are undergrad, and the rest are postgrad, about 25 roughly, thereabouts. That's important to keep that in mind when you see who used the service. The study design, we used 2 data sets. We had a data set from Studiosity, which provided a lot of quantitative information. The times that students use the service, the type of service they use, things like that. I'm not going to read the detail out. They also provided some qualitative information in the form of the questions that students submitted and their comments on the service. That was the first data set. And the second data set we used for this study was a survey that we conducted with the students, and that was mainly exploratory. I mean, we really wanted to find out really why certain students weren't using the service. That was the main purpose of the survey. But we were also interested in knowing how they experienced it. We used it, I suppose, for the quantitative data. It was mostly descriptive statistics, Excel. We used Excel. And then for the qualitative data, which was mainly the student questions and the feedback comments, we used content analysis. I highlighted the questions there because what we found from doing the study is that we could learn quite a lot from the questions students were asking. The feedback comments were actually quite boring. I mean, they were really, anybody who's used Studiosity will know that it overridingly gets hugely positive feedback, and the students were delighted with it. And that's really important. But, looking at one, fantastic, this is brilliant, why didn't you do this before? One after the other. There's not much analysis you can really conduct on that. But I'll just give you the slide. I mean, that was what users thought. I mean, overridingly, they were delighted with it. But I suppose what was more interesting was the comments that came back. So this is what the engagement looked like. And you can see that Studiosity give you the minutes that students used the service for. So you can see there in 2020, 38,000 minutes. The same in the writing feedback was much more utilized than the Connect Live. So students didn't like the Connect Live as much. They wanted to submit their written work and get written feedback on it. But you can see, I suppose, at a time when DCU were offering about 7,000 minutes in an academic year online, there was a real demand for studiosity. The demand was much higher than that from students. It increased in 2020 during COVID. You can see that. We're not really sure why that happened, because these were online students anyway, but we kind of surmised that maybe they had a lot more time available to them, and they were at home a lot more. And I suppose they were also, everybody became a lot more relaxed with using things online. We're not really sure why. The numbers went up between those 2 years, but nothing like to coordinate with the amount of usage that the service went up by. You can see here that it was mainly postgraduate students who used the service. They used it far more than any other group. So, you know, about 50% of the usage was postgraduate students. And as you may remember from a previous slide, they only represent about 25% of the student cohort, but they were the big users in both years. Same in 2020. Postgraduate students really used the service. We're not really sure why that is. You could speculate that they knew about it and others didn't, but that isn't evident from the data. There's evidence from the data that everybody knew about it. Every student, all groups had some people using it, and it was equally well promoted to all cohorts. I suppose postgraduate students, and this ties in with the previous presenter really, not all first-year students are the same. So postgraduate students come into the university with a lot of existing academic capital. They've already been in higher education before. They're very good at help seeking. They know how to ask questions. There's some speculation maybe that they have a bigger financial investment in the course and they're more determined to successfully complete it. So their fees are higher in Ireland anyway, and I think that's kind of universal. So they pay a lot more, and maybe they're more motivated to seek help, but we're not really sure why it's the case. When we looked at the survey, we saw that the survey had a very low response rate, so you couldn't really read too much into it. And in fact, the biggest thing we learned from the survey was that the reason people weren't using Studiosity is that they didn't know about it. But they were just the survey respondents. So 37% approximately of the 54 students who responded to the survey didn't really know about the service. We conducted the survey in January, so early enough in the academic year, so we were able to kind of tweak that and do another really run with publicity on Studiosity. But most people did know about the service, so the survey respondents in a way are kind of outliers. But again, the survey was completed by, mainly first year and mainly postgraduate students. And again, in terms of their perception of Studiosity, they were overwhelmingly positive. So the survey didn't really reveal an awful lot. What we noticed when we started to analyse the questions that postgraduate and first-year students were asking, because they were the two big users of the service, there was a real difference in the questions they were asking. So I put examples up there. I'm not sure whether you can see them or not, but postgraduate students, I suppose, were very targeted in their questions. They structured their questions very well, and they were really focused on improving what they were doing. They really wanted to improve what they were doing. So they were trying to maintain high grades, and that was really their purpose in using the service. Whereas first-year students were struggling even to formulate questions for Studiosity. I mean, they were asked to say what they needed help with, and quite often they would put in everything. That was their question. They didn't know where to start. Or they would say, I actually have this question that I have to work on and I don't know where to start with it. So they're using the service very differently. So I suppose our observations from this study are that, well, some students use the service a lot and other students not at all. But instances of use don't relate to student numbers. So when you analyse the data, you can see that some students might use the service 30 times in a month. So, you're not targeting necessarily all your students. Some students are using this service a lot. And it would be the same with on-campus academic support, where in ECU they book appointments. So, you're not necessarily hitting the numbers of students that you see when you see the numbers that are using the service. Students also were very strategic, particularly postgraduate students, in how they use the service. They would submit an essay, get feedback on it, and submit it again and get feedback from a different tutor. So they would submit it several times and really hone their assignments. They were also, there was a word count upload limit, and they circumvented that by breaking their document down and uploading different parts of it. So they're very clever in how they use it. Again, more evident with postgraduate students. The overriding thing about the service is that it's very costly to provide. It's a very expensive service. So that was one of the reasons that we stopped using it. We also stopped using it because we began to see the need for online services, and we increased our supply of them. But I suppose the important thing to note is that these services are costly to provide, whether they're provided by a third party or not. If they're provided by institutions which are publicly funded, they're costly to the taxpayer. So you have to be strategic in how you use them. So I suppose I'm just posing some questions here at the end. You know, why are we offering this service to students? We need to think about that. If we're offering it to support retention, well, we know from the literature that postgraduate students are very easy to retain. You don't lose a lot of postgraduate students. So should you target the service for them at all, or should you look at maybe equity if you want to target people coming into the university with low levels of academic capital, first in family students who have gone to university? So you really need to think about who you're targeting the service at, what it's for. I mean, you might want to support postgraduate students because they might be bringing in a lot of money to the university. It's just to make an informed decision. How often should they be able to use the service? Should it be capped? Should they have a certain amount of uses each month? Things like that are important in costly service provision. And I suppose at the end of the day, the rules need to be clear, and they need to be fair, and it needs to be not possible, I suppose, to circumvent them very easily, which was a lesson learned by us. So that's my presentation, and thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you. Lorraine, questions?
So, welcome to Athens. We're very glad to have you here with us.
Very glad to be here.
Okay, and we welcome Mark Brown too. Some years after his last coming here 7 years ago in a symposium. Okay, welcome back. It's glad to have you here. I'd like to ask you something. What we described here, there is very interesting, and we don't have something like that in Greece. My question is, some of the things that you described there, the services that this unit, anyway, provides to your students, I think that someone could say that these are duties for tutors. I mean, we are supposed to work on metacognitive level. So I'd like your comment, to hear your comment about where does the tutor's limit stop and the work of this, how did you call it?
Studiosity?
Studiosity. I mean, what are the borders around these two?
Yeah. It's a really good question, because we did initially have you know, challenges to get buy-in from tutors with the service. So I suppose what it is really, the service is, I suppose the tutors are teaching academic content. But what we found was that students, especially new students, you know, who, you know, needed maybe help, or just somebody to maybe help them with, you know, academic structuring, grammar, things like that. And I mean, that's really the role of studiosity. It's not to answer questions about academic content, just really help with structure and things like that. And I suppose what we were trying to do was in distance education anyway, level the playing field, because even in university, there are a lot of students who come into university and they would have that sort of help outside university. They would have it at home. They'd somebody that they might be able to ask to read that and see, does it read well? And the tutors don't really perform that role. Tutors deliver academic content, but then, students don't submit an assignment to a tutor for formative feedback. They submit it, for summative feedback. Tutors can't keep giving different feedback to students, several times. They just submit their assignments once. So this was just something in between that to assist the students and help, I suppose, with their informal academic learning, really. I hope that makes sense.
Maybe Mark Brown here, just a couple of comments to expand on what Lorraine has described to you. Studiosity is used by about 75% of all the Australian universities. It's an unbundled service. If you're familiar with the unbundling movement, micro-credentials are part of unbundling. And so the most important part of this service and other services like online counselling services is that they're essentially available 24/7. And our current campus-based writing support service opens at 9 o'clock and closes at 5 p.m. What we know from the data, from the experience that Lorraine has shared with you, there was no change in the use of the service over 7 days a week. And the peak periods were essentially in the evenings when our services were closed. The only reason really we're not using the service still again is, and even Lorraine may not be as familiar with this, we ran into tender problems that we're under tender regulations when we get to a certain threshold of money, and we have to go through a public tender process. And that's quite a complex process. And COVID came along and it sort of forced our existing campus-based services to digitize. And learned some lessons, but they're still not 24/7.
Thank you. Before I give more questions arise, I'm asking, is the third speaker here? Oh, because you didn't come earlier, so I'm sorry, we will end now. We are running a little late due to technical problems, so let's change speaker. But I hope that presenters can stay here for a little while, and if you have more questions, please come and ask questions.
I will show you when you have 3 minutes left. You have 12 minutes to speak.
12.
12.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes, thank you.
So let's start, and your floor is yours.
Thanks. My name is Evangelos Philippous. I'm tutor counselor of Ελληνικό University. Okay. Okay. Thank you. My title of my presentation is Opinions and Attitudes of Postgraduate Students of the Ελληνικό University on the role of tutor counselor in the electronic distance group tutorials meetings during the period of COVID. Key points of my presentation: the first, introduction; second, method; 3, results; and 4, conclusions. Group tutorials meetings is a strategy used in the international and group open distance education programs, are one of the most popular ways of providing support to learners in open and distance education programs. The purpose of the meetings is both to provide support in relation to the educational performance and progress of the students and to meet the psychosocial needs as learners. At the Hellenic Open University, the acronym of group tutorial meetings is GTM. GTM are 4-hour seminars. They constitute the teaching work of the tutor or tutor counselor and form the relationship with them. They are based on the optional participation of the students, and they implemented in the context of each thematic unit chosen by the students. Until 2016, at Hellenic Open University, the GTM were all face-to-face. Beginning in the 2017 to 2018 academic years, remote electronic group tutorials meeting, the acronym is EADTU, began to gradually appear. The EADTU take place in the form of teleconference. In recent years, EADTU, with the use of teleconference, have become a key means of communication between the lecturer and the learner in distance education as a result of the evolution of technology and the use of the internet for educational purposes. It is worth noting that in both face-to-face GTM and EGTM, a key role in the distance learning process is played by the instructor who is required to prepare and organize a GTM. At the same time, it is worth to mention that the use of teleconference and especially GTM were enhanced and universally implemented during the pandemic period, not only in open university based on distance education program, but also in conventional universities. The same happened with Hellenic Open University, as from the academic year 2019 to 2020, the EGTM will be fully implemented in the undergraduate and postgraduate programs. For many distance education researchers, the crisis caused by the COVID pandemic was seen as a unique opportunity for the implementation of distance education in universities. Discussions have increased about the concept of open education and the problems it has caused regarding access to higher education. Although there are several studies on the impact of pandemic on teaching in universities, a large body of research data regarding the impact of EGTM in studying teaching is not found. Method. The main research question of this study is the following. Which are the opinions and attitudes of Hellenic Open University postgraduate students about the role of tutor counselor in EGTM during the COVID? The population of the research is the total number of students of the postgraduate program Education and Technologies. The research was conducted during the period from the beginning of May to the end of June 2022. The research sample consisted of 85 postgraduate students. The sample was selected using clustered random sampling. Was used as a research tool, a structured questionnaire with closed-type 5-point Likert scale questions. The scale was chosen up to 5 to give more reliability with the existence of several alternative answers. 1, not at all, 2, slightly, 3, moderately, 4, very, 5, extremely. The questionnaire was constructed on the Google Forms online platform. The statistical analysis of the empirical data was carried out using the statistical package SPSS. The analysis of the questions was performed as follows. First, a reliability test of the questionnaire was carried out with the Cronbach's alpha index. Then, an analysis of the frequencies obtained from the recordings of the responses given was carried out. Finally, a one-way ANOVA means test was carried out in order to establish statistically significant relationships between the variables. It's worth noting that no statistically significant correlation were found between variables such as age and gender. A major limitation of this research is the number of the sample, which consists of 85 postgraduate students. The results are not generalizable. The first question is, to what extent do you consider that the electronic EGTM promote interaction, dialogue, participation, questions between tutor, counselor, and students in teaching?
A high percent, about 70, is found between the very and extremely responses. The mean is close to 4, corresponding to the answer. The attitudes and options of the respondents are very positive.
The second question, to what extent do you consider that with the EADTU, the tutor counselor has the possibility to differentiate his or her teaching, taking into account the interests and needs of the students in teaching?
A high percentage, about 66, is found between the moderately and very responses. The mean is between 3 and 4. The attitudes and options of the respondents are positive.
Question third, to what extent do you think that with the EADTU, the tutor counselor can make use of alternative teaching techniques, brainstorming, conceptual mapping in teaching?
A very high percentage, about 78, is found between the very and extremely. The mean is above the 4. The attitudes and options of the respondents are very positive.
Question fourth, to what extent do you think that the tutor counselor in EADTU cooperatively working groups involves students in teaching? A high percentage, about 70, found between the very and extremely. The mean is close to 4. The attitudes and options are positive. Question fifth, to what extent do you think that with EADTU students develop skills of critical perception of information, data, and teaching? A high percentage, about 67, is found between the moderately and very. The mean is between 3 or 4. The attitudes are positive. Question 6. To what extent do you think that face-to-face teaching can be replaced by EADTU? A high percentage, about 67, is found between the moderately and very. The mean is between 3 or 4. The attitudes are positive. Question 7. In the case of extended use of EADTU, to what extent can the sociality of students in teaching be affected? A high percentage, 67, is found between the moderately and very. The mean is between 3 and 4. The attitudes are positive. And finally, 8th question, to what extent do you think that tutor counseling during EADTU encourages students to be actively involved in the learning process? A high percentage, about 67, is found between the moderately and very. The mean is close to 4. The attitudes are positive. The main conclusions of this research. The first, students' attitudes and opinions, both about the interaction between tutor counselor and students in EADTU, and about the encouragement provided by the tutor counselor to the students are positive. These findings demonstrate that in EADTU, the educational use of teleconference can create new possibilities, can contribute significantly to development of social skills of the participants, the cultivation of a spirit of cooperation, and the active participation of the learners in the learning process. Second, students' attitudes and opinions upon the tutor's counselor's ability to differentiate its teaching, taking into account students' interests and needs in teaching, are positive. From this statement, it's clear that during EADTU, it is necessary for the tutor counselor to plan and organize his or her teaching, taking into account a number of pedagogical factors, such as the characteristics, experience, needs, and interests of the learners. A fairly high percentage of students state that alternative teaching techniques and the collaborative teaching methods are used by tutor counselor in EADTU. A high percentage of students state that during the EADTU they develop critical thinking skills in teaching. High percentage of students say it is feasible to replace face-to-face teaching with EADTU. Well over half of the students state that in the case of extended use of EADTU, the sociability of students in teaching may be affected. The following question arises in EADTU in the COVID period: is the role of tutor counselor positive or negative? From the data of the present study, it is found that the role of a tutor counselor in EADTU had an overall positive impact on student satisfaction. It's worth noting that these data were derived from questions based on the didactic and pedagogical dimension of teaching interaction, collaborative teaching techniques, rather than on how the technology was used. The role of the tutor counselor in EADTU is adjusted compared to face-to-face group tutorial meetings, as he or she is asked to overcome the obstacle of distance and the lack of visual feedback from the trainees. In order to overcome this, it should utilize teaching techniques and methods that promote the active participation and collaboration of the trainees, such as working groups, dialogue, brainstorming, etc. As it follows from the data of the present study, these learner-centered and collaborative teaching techniques and methods are positively perceived by the learners during the EADTU. As an extension of the above, it is found that with the tools available through teleconference, EADTU are a modern strategy that allow the implementation of teaching options that put learners at the center of the educational process through various techniques and methods, such as the particular personal written and oral communication between students, the separation of students into small groups, the existence of tools that allow students to work together. In this context, open universities that rely on distance education programs, such as Hellenic Open University, must continue to invest in open learning environments adapted to the new data, as well as in the use of modern educational technologies, such as teleconference calls for the implementation of EADTU. A proposal for further study could be implemented with the participation of both students and lecturers from different undergraduate and postgraduate programs of Hellenic Open University, which would investigate the impact of the teleconference system on the design and implementation of EADTU. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? All right, then I would like to thank all the presenters for excellent presentations, and I also would like to thank all of you for attending and being here, contributing to this morning session. If you have questions, presenters will be here only a little while, then they continue to the coffee, and now I ask you to either come here with the questions or join the coffee break, and then we will continue to the plenary sessions. Thank you.
I would like to send you a warm welcome to our last plenary session of our conference. And we start in this first hour with 3 keynotes. My name is Uwe Elsholz from Fernuniversität in Heigen, and I chair the first hour of this plenary session. And I'm very honored that our first speaker is Josep Planell, the president of the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya. The floor is yours, Josep.
All right, thank you very much. May I have the first slide, please? Okay, maybe, well, that's right. Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you for inviting me to this plenary lecture. I'm going to talk about open and distance universities and how we believe that the medium is the message. First of all, I included yesterday night this slide because I think that we are in a moment that universities should play a very important role. From a political, economical, technological, and social point of view. From the political point of view, when WOC was created at the beginning of the 90s, there was the end of the Cold War and communists failed. There were winds of freedom and neoliberal policies, new nationalisms, etc. You can read that here. The feminist movement is here and is not going to go back. The persistence of an increase of social inequalities are here, and they don't seem to go back. And there is a new populism, demographic changes, refugees crisis, etc. And these are issues where universities shouldn't be apart from them because they affect the policies that even the funding of universities. From the technological point of view, the speed of communication, memory, and speed of computation has increased by 1,000 times in about the last 10 years. And technology has changed our lifestyles. We are all abducted by our mobile. Industries have changed, music, logistics, etc. So, and even the jobs. So, and how do we give a response to all this situation? From the economical point of view, I like this slide because I like to see that, well, the center of the world is here, is China. Europe once was number 2 in the world, now is maybe number 3 or number 4, and it's here in Finisterre, in the far away from the middle. So, as Europeans, we should start to understand what's going on in the world, that we are not the center, anymore. And from a social point of view, the erosion of public debate, misinformation, questioning of science. Here, universities have a very strong role, and online universities may be even stronger. The climate change and the planet sustainability, the funding of universities due to different policies and the entrance of for-profit actors in the field of education, and how COVID-19 has changed, and we can say that 31st century starts in 2021 because technology is here and it's not going to go back. So what's the diversity of institutions? Well, we all know that are the 3 main models historically, the Humboldtian, the Napoleonic, and the Anglo-Saxon. We should say that recently, with the Industrial Revolution, the Napoleonic model, which is related with professional training, and the strong influence of the state, the nation state into the university, has been prominent in comparison to the other models. And we see that depending on methodology, the distance universities have been created mainly in Europe, also in Canada, and also in Australia. But there is this sequence of the first one was open, then Tabasco, UNED, etc. And our university, WOC, was founded in 1995. and there are still new universities being created in this methodology of open and distance. And if we want to see what's the context and how universities may evolve, that's a study made by a consultancy, and here you have the reference down there, an Australian consultancy. They come to say what we were saying before, the rise of continuous learning, the changing of the world of work, the blurring of industry boundaries, evolving of digital behavior, increasing of international competition, and here the University of the Future, and they propose 4 landscape. This first landscape, depending on the learner preferences, and here the government role, whether the government is more hands-on or hands-off, and the preferences is for bundled degrees or unbundled degrees. They propose these 4 models. This one would correspond mainly to the Humboldt University, but then you would have this one which would be absolutely disruptive, with unbundled courses and the government with no hands-on, so private sector providing tailored education, etc. And then you have these middle ones. It's just a model that they propose, but we are still debating on how universities will be in the future. But you have you can consider diversity from different point of views. For example, here saying, well, depending on whether they are public or private, depending on the size, depending on the types of program they offer, depending on the type of campuses, depending on the governance model, the relationship with their environment, the system, the university system where they belong, whether they are strong in research or not, and the fields in which they specialize. So you could classify universities by different in different ways. But I like this cartoon that we have prepared. In Renaissance and Middle Ages, the education was mainly critical thinking and creation, and you had philosophy, science, art. But with the Industrial Revolution, the paradigm changed, and the industrial society requires other kinds of professions. You start having engineering, nursing, business, psychology, etc. In fact, since we are here, the Acropolis is here, Phidias didn't have a degree in architecture, and the master that made Notre Dame didn't have a degree in architecture. But now to do a bungalow in the beach, you need a degree in architecture. So things have changed in this direction. So the Industrial Revolution has changed our type of university. And in fact, Napoleonic universities enter in this, clear in this industrial society. So if we move to the informational society, as the sociologist Manuel Castells proposes, what's the education of the future? What's the paradigm that we are going to meet? And that's the question, and the question of in partly today. And I was saying that the medium is the message. Paraphrasing McLuhan in his book I don't remember which year now, but yeah, 64. In fact, distance universities were working by post-mail, and suddenly with internet we were able to change to email, and a virtual campus that we would send, at least in the case of WOC, by diskettes of 3.5, and then you had a connection with this ADSL, and now you have fiber, and so that's changed the paradigm, because from post-mail, where it takes 2 weeks that the student gets in touch with the teacher or the professor, you have instantaneous contact between the teacher and the professor by email. And not only between the teacher and the student, but among the students themselves in the virtual classroom. Because in the virtual classroom, the students are able to contact themselves by email or through now with web pages, etc. Things have changed clearly from when the WOC was first created. But the change of paradigm is due to this very simple change of medium from postal to email, and having a virtual campus where the students can share the learning resources and discuss with their teacher. And what are the challenges for higher education today, from my point of view? One is long life learning. So in the 20th century, you would be educated, work, and then personal time, including death here sometime. But in the 21st society, the 21st century, we think that people will be educated, work, then have personal time, and then go to a university or study or get some training, and then again and again. So that's one of the issues that we have to address. The other one, that's an old picture from the Commission, where the plan was to have about 80% of the population with higher education degrees or vocational degrees, so reaching about the 80%. So, but that's still in many countries a desideratum, something to be reached. And then the personalization of education. In fact, school and university is like a Henry Ford training device, where every piece can be exchanged and will do the same. If one fails, you have another one which is exactly the same, will do the same, will have the same performance. So that's how we have been working, and that's, I think, is another challenge that we have to address. And then the big one, which is the Agenda 2030, the ODS number 4, where that ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities, and higher education is in the 4.3 or 4.4, I don't remember now, but all the SDGs are related with university, because to address them you need knowledge, and universities need or have to participate in the development of these SDGs. In fact, the Agenda 2030, from my point of view, is very personal. It's a new declaration of human rights. It's a very strong position that UN proposes here. And then how is digital transformation within universities? So digitalization would be the incorporation of technologies to existing processes. And with this process, you can do the old things with new technologies. But the good question to ask you is whether technology will allow you to do things that you are not able to do before. And that question is not always properly answered. Before 2020, only 20% of the universities, at least in Europe, were facing this evolution. In one hand, promoting teaching innovation and more efficient management. And this means the central position of digital technologies that become undeniable. And the response of universities is a little bit of like this cartoon of Asterix and Obelix in Hispania, where the Romans in front say, don't push there in the back, and those in the back say, don't go so fast. So this is the ambivalence between those that say, don't push, and those that say, well, stop, we are going too fast. So what the pandemic has done is to propel higher education into the first century. And then what we saw during the pandemic is that the emergent remote teaching led us to have talking heads speaking to dozens of screens that sometimes were black because the students would shut down the camera. And so you would have this poor professor speaking to black screens, and that was very depressing. And can you imagine 1 hour of differential equations on a screen? You would cut your veins after that. And then from that you have a different proposal. One of them is not the best and not the single one. But our proposal in WALK is this proposal where there are no lectures. The student is in the center of the activity, and you provide the learning resources, you have the teaching staff supporting the student, and then there's the networking in the virtual classroom. And that has led, with the pandemic, has led to a change in regulations. That's very important because some governments have seen that something has to be done. In the case of Spain, the regulation has opened to have the approval of online assessment, which was not accepted before. But for example, in Peru, they have opened the recognition of online learning. Online learning was banned in Peru before the pandemic, so that's very important. No? So suddenly, the government of Peru has changed totally, and they accept these online learning. And what are the opportunities for open and distance universities today? Well, in Europe, because we are in Finisterre, maybe in the corner of the world, things haven't changed much. The increase is only 4% in relation to 2020. Compared to before the pandemic, the share of people doing online courses increased in almost all member states, but not a lot. In the US, things have changed. In fall 2020, 75% of all undergraduates were enrolled in at least one distance education course. So that's 2 times 2019. So things in the United States are changing, as well as in Australia. And when we were talking about this idea of the opportunities, one is the increase, the other one is to broaden the access of higher education. And I stick to the case of WOC, because I don't have other data. But for our data, we see that 68% of WOC students are older than 25. So you are addressing a different kind of population. You have 64% of women studying in rural areas, so that's very, very important, that you can reach rural areas and women. You can provide education to refugees, people changing residence, and people with disabilities. And the third one is the contribute to capacity building of universities and educational systems, so helping to transform higher education around the world. So in the case of WOC, transfer of the model to government institutions, mainly in Latin America, grant programs also in Latin America, and virtual mobilities of students moving in virtual classrooms from Latin America to Europe. And the fourth one, improve teaching and learning, so that allows to make or have some innovation in teaching by technological developments. In our case, the way we provide the students with the resources, the competency assessment, or a new way of evaluation, which is providing the student with a kind of portfolio of what they have been developing during the courses. So it's a new way of evaluation that we are trying. I'm finishing. And what are the challenges for open and distance universities today? Well, the first one is to attack the remedial perception. The distance universities are seen as remedial. So I think we should stop with that. They are not remedial anymore. They are universities that provide flexible and highly customizable learning models, and that they provide lifelong learning better than any others. And although they are still perceived as complementary, they have a big role to play in our societies. The other one is the iron triangle, how to make it more flexible, because with online learning you can increase the access, you can keep the quality, and you can reduce cost. So that has been seen by many for-profit universities, but we have a role to play here. For-profit universities, so we have other players coming in, and we have to understand that that's here and will not be reduced. And so we have to find our position as well as their position, because they have it and they have a role to play, obviously. And the change of regulation, I talked about that, and I conclude by saying that open and distance universities can be universities for all types of students, so diverse, inclusive, etc. Collaboration is key. Universities have to collaborate. It's the time of networks of universities. And it's important that the commitment towards high-quality university be supported by adequate funding and enabling a regulatory framework. And the final one is the words of Sanjay Sharma, professor of mechanical engineering at MIT, and he was the vice president for online. He was saying we have to make the classroom count. Universities have to become a place of action, creation, impact. I propose that you listen or you view his opening lecture at WOC in 2020. He speaks from minute 9:40 to minute 29:45. The rest I speak, it has no interest when I speak myself. The interesting part is these 20 minutes. I think it's a brilliant lecture that well, I think we should all watch. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josep, so far. I hope that the panel discussion will come back to your speech, because we have a quite tight schedule, and so we have to go on and to another hot topic of this conference. And so I'd like to welcome Nikos Papadakis, who's professor for political science at the University of Crete, and he speaks about the changing labor market and the role of micro-credentials in lifelong learning and VET. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Chair. I would like to thank the organizers, the EADTU, the Hellenic Open University, and in particular the Secretary General of Higher Education of the Ministry of Education and former President of the Hellenic Open University, Professor Zoros, for the kind and honorable invitation to participate in such an interesting and indeed very challenging conference. I've prepared a quite detailed presentation, but I'll be brief, and I'll focus on the key points of the presentation. Probably the key question is that do we need, and I think that is a question raised by several of the speakers during this conference, do we need more flexible, even individualized learning pathways within a framework of a changing, actually rapidly and violently changing labor market, moving towards flexibility and even in precarity? I will skip the first part related to the evolution of youth unemployment, total unemployment, changes in the labor market. Just allow me to emphasize on the strong association between educational attainment and social outcomes, including the risk of poverty and social inclusion at the moment. And what I would like to focus is the issue of precarity, rising precarity actually, within the labor market, and in particular related to the youth. Unemployment, youth unemployment, poverty, and their persistent correlation constitute probably the major challenges at the moment in the EU. According to the Eurobarometer, more than 8 out of 10 Europeans consider unemployment, social inequalities, and migration the top challenges that the EU is facing. According to the Commission, unemployment rates are falling since 2014, but differ substantially across Europe, while the crisis has affected parts of Europe in different ways, but across the Union, it is younger generations that have been hit particularly hard. Further, it seems that precarious work gradually becomes a kind of new norm within the labor market, established in the labor market. Professor Panel clearly and brilliantly presented the megatrends, the so-called megatrends. We are all familiar with the megatrends that affect the labor market, including the gradual digitalization, the shift towards the digital economy, and many, many others affecting the industrial relation systems. And we should, at this point, stress the fact that within this framework, these megatrends affect all the aspects and parameters of the labor market, and even affect the industrial relation systems and the business models. These megatrends had a clear impact on the structure of economy and labor market, industrial relation systems, having in turn the direct impact on work relations, forms of employment and contracts, types, and consequently on social welfare systems all across Europe. And you can just have a look at what's going on in terms of precarity, in terms of precarious employment, especially among youth. During the previous decade, the rates of part-time employment in all its types, permanent, fixed-term, self-employed, increased in most EU countries. And in 2019, the highest rates observed in several countries. And of course, there is another gender issue here. And in terms of temporary employment, in all EU 28 countries, the proportion before the Brexit, the proportion of employees in temporary employment recorded in 2019 was much higher for young people. While, and I should focus on that, there is a strong correlation between the type of contract and in work at risk of poverty. Here the situation is quite clear. What it really happens is that a strong correlation between being in a temporary or a part-time contract and being at the risk of poverty, 2 or 3 times more, which is a clear correlation. You can see that the share of these contracts for employees aged 15 to 24 was more than 3 times higher than that for employers aged 64, while over the years, temporary workers were constantly at almost triple the risk of poverty than permanent workers, triple. The impact of the COVID is very well known to all of us in terms of the labor market. Again, heavily affected the younger generation, and it's quite interesting to analyze, we don't have time for that, a new indicator, the labor market slack, which is increasing. It is affecting the youth and the young generation. And we have after the pandemic, an increase in the percentage of needs all across Europe, namely the young people not in education, employment, or training, namely socially excluded and socially vulnerable groups, while things got worse during 2020 and the beginning of 2021, improving till December 2021. However, we are within another crisis at the moment, the energy crisis, that affects every aspect of the economy, and in particular, the parameters of the labor market. Within this context, there is a very specific role for micro-credentials in terms of providing alternative, more flexible learning pathways in order to tackle with increasing precarity, especially among youth. Increasingly rapid advances in technology and the labor market require graduates and professionals in the workforce to be familiar with state-of-the-art knowledge and to possess the skills and the competencies needed to make full use of technological and non-technological know-how. Within this context, the role of micro-credentials is of vital importance. It's true that there are diverse definitions, and a common definition and approach on their validation and recognition is lacking all across Europe. This causes concerns about the value, quality, recognition, transparency, and mainly portability. Portability between and within education and training sectors, portability on the labor market and visibility in the labor market, and portability across countries. According to the Commission's micro-credentials certify the learning outcomes of short-term learning experience, for example, a short course of training. In any case, it becomes clear the need for just-in-time skills development that it immediately applicable, given that the role of micro-credentials to widen learning opportunities and pathways and strengthen the role of higher education and VET institutions in promoting lifelong learning by providing more flexible and modular learning opportunities becomes gradually accepted. Micro-credentials have a clear existing or potential contributions to reskilling and upskilling through more flexible alternatives and learning pathways than a full degree. Thus, the Commission aims to have all the necessary steps in place by 2025 for their wider use, portability, and mainly joint recognition. What is proposed is a strategy to help people develop skills in a rapidly changing labor market, and the Commission announced the new initiatives on micro-credentials in the European Skills Agenda in July 2020. The Commission has also announced a proposal for the Council recommendation to support building trust in micro-credentials across Europe. The communication said that the recommendation would aim to ensure all the necessary steps for the micro-credentials were in place by 2025. This is quite ambitious, but it's very necessary. The overall aim is for the micro-credentials to be developed, used, and compared in a coherent way among the member states, the stakeholders, the social partners, and the different providers from education and training institutions, private companies, across different sectors, fields, and countries. Here, an agenda of sectoral skills councils at the regional level would be would fit and facilitate. The proposal aims to support the ongoing work on micro-credentials by member states, by the stakeholders, and the diverse groups of providers across the EU. The key goals include the association with lifelong learning and increase of participation in training, the increasing of the employability of workers, and strengthening the role of higher education and its association to society at large, which is part of the Bologna process and the Lisbon strategy and the EU 2020 strategy, and so on. Tackling with social vulnerability and increasing socioeconomic inequalities, including digital inequalities, by providing to social vulnerable groups flexible and recognized ways to increase their employability and subsequently social inclusion is of vital importance. Inequality is widely regarded as a threat to the social cohesion and the long-term prosperity of the EU societies. The vulnerable groups and low-skilled, in their case, lifelong learning is very, very important, and the problem is that it's still underrepresented, while higher education has several steps to move towards in order to include a truly holistic approach to lifelong learning, including the recognitions of micro-credentials and probably their correspondence to ECTS. Further, it should be noted that aiming at facilitating the transfer of use of qualifications across different countries and education in different systems, the European MOOC platforms, including EADTU, has launched a micro-credential framework, the common micro-credential framework, which is viable and well documented. The above-mentioned framework fits into the European qualification framework, the so-called EQF, for lifelong learning, that combines learning outcomes in higher education and in professional training. The CMF indicates the size of a MOOC program in terms of the workload. The standard entails 4 to 6 ECTS, corresponding to 100 to 150 hours of study time, and level 6 to 8 in the EQF, bachelor, master, and third cycle level, while it provides the options for level 5, which is important for VET, and it is also important for the relation between VET, reskilling, and lifelong learning within higher education as well, in combination with ECTS. Within the above-mentioned context of initiatives, stakes, and challenges, the enhancement of the involvement of stakeholders and social partners in the whole framework of planning, implementation, and even governance of the joint system of micro-credentials becomes a condition sine qua non. Despite the diverse existing definitions and forms and schemes, and given the micro-credentials complement the existing national processes in organizing education and training, employment, or labor markets, an actual joint European approach based on the Council of the European Union recommendation is of vital importance at the moment. And I would like to summarize and conclude. There are several issues at stake at the moment, and we truly lack a jointly recognized European approach. However, the labor market is truly violently changing and is moving towards flexibility, and further is moving towards precarity. So, given that, we need flexible ways to provide, especially the social vulnerable groups, the precarious workers, with the chance to reskill, to upskill, and to integrate or reintegrate the labor market. It's a matter of social inclusion. It's a matter of social justice. Micro-credentials have definitely a role to play within this context. And where there's a will, there is a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikos, for your speech on micro-credentials, and I think I'm right, it was not the last time we discussed the topic of micro-credentials. And now we come to the last speaker, even an ongoing topic in my own institution, so I'm very curious. Isidro Aguilo, the head of Cybermetrics Lab, will speak about university rankings. So it's up to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. First of all, thanks to the organizers to invite me to this event. This is the first time I attend in a conference with the distance learning universities, and I think it's very interesting, the presentations I attended, because I have almost no knowledge about your priorities and your structure. I'm going to talk about rankings, because probably you know the rankings we edited. I am the editor of the ranking web of universities. Our ranking is the only ranking that includes all your universities. And I think this is important, and the main reason I was invited here to talk about rankings. Of course, we need to know what is the current situation regarding global rankings of universities, and as you probably know, most of them are biased towards a very specific region, in this case the United States and the Commonwealth countries, where the variables that they are using are clearly related to the performance, in most of the cases related to prestige, because they are using surveys to build the ranking, and in other cases when they are counting, for example, Nobel Prizes, in these cases they are counting what we call stolen talent. So in both cases, clearly they are offering a very biased picture. Especially for the rest of Europe, for example, of the other global north countries, where we have not only research-intensive universities, but as Napoleonic model mentioned before, we have a lot of institutions, including US, devoted to the labor market. So they are excluding this diversity, and also they are excluding the role, the important role of organizations like mine, the National Research Councils, that of course are responsible of an important part of the research in our region. And of course, and perhaps the most important part, they are excluding the Global South. All the Global South institutions are mostly absent of these rankings. And you can see some examples. For example, the two British rankers that they are using surveys. You can see these surveys are clearly biased, because in the case of Times Higher Education, there are at least 3 British universities in the top 12 of the world. And in the case of QS, the number is even larger, with 4 institutions in the top 10, because they are really using a system that is based on old prestige than the current performance. The same applies to the famous Shanghai ranking. Shanghai ranking is counting basically top researchers, and top researchers in the current situation, not exactly when they obtain the main results. So we are counting about talent from abroad aggregated to these institutions. But even worse, when you consider the score, you can see that only 13 of 1,000 total universities covered in this ranking, only 13 are obtaining a score of 50 or larger of a total of 100. So clearly, Shanghai ranking is not ranking 1,000 universities, probably not even 500, not even 200, perhaps only a few dozens. It's not useful for us, for the rest of us. Okay, time for introducing our own effort in this area, the ranking web, or sometimes called webometrics ranking. And our approach is completely different, because our objective, our aim, is not to rank universities. Our aim is to use the rank to promote open access, open science, open initiatives. So we are not only observing the institutions and collecting data. We are describing, we are designing our variables in order to push you in this direction, in the direction of opening your institution to the rest of the society. And in this case, obviously, the answer is the web. Because the web is not the main or one of the important scholarly communications tools. Today is the scholarly communication tool. You know perfectly, because in your case, clearly the web is playing this role. And also, you know, web is playing a role locally, but also is global. And web is open by definition, public web is open, so it's a part of our model, and also is feasible to develop and cheap, and this is important fact also. And regarding the way the web is built, your institutional websites are built, they are using both approaches, from the top down, but also the contributions of individuals belonging to the institutions, the bottom up. Both approaches are interesting. So what is the result? We are in this business since 2004. We are going to have our 20th anniversary next year. We have a lot of experience on this, and the main point is we are ranking for the next edition over 32,000 different organizations, including all of you probably. All of them are really ranked by us. And especially, this is a personal political position, I am, as editor of the ranking, has a strong voice on that, is including the Global South. You can see a lot of universities are included in the ranking. Unfortunately, not many of them achieve to top 1,000 position. But there are good news. The most difficult variable to achieve top position, that is excellence, is publishing papers in the top 10%. Well, more than 6,600 institutions worldwide from different regions are publishing at least one of these top papers in the top 10% most cited documents. So everybody is invited and everybody is contributing, and we are counting them. But, surprise, from the very beginning, not from the last year, from the 20 years ago, we discovered a digital divide. Not the digital divide between poor and rich, but between rich and rich. And you can see the number of universities in the top 100 in our ranking from the very beginning was far larger than the ones in Europe. If you add even the United Kingdom to the group, you can see there is a strong divide. And what are the main causes of this? Well, we are a web-based ranking. The main reason is early adoption of the web presence. Or now, after 20 years, still we are delaying our presence on the websites. And I think this is important. Well, trying to customize my presentation to you, not from the point of view of the ranking web, but the point of view of the web. You can see, for the universities, the top approach, you need to know that web is local. It's a local expertise that can be used for global audiences. So you have this possibility of launching efforts from locally and having global impact. The second one is the international cooperation is radically different from previous one, because previous ones involve usually brain drain from the global south to the global north. Now it's no longer needed. And of course, when we are talking about distance learning, usually we can say it's open. And open is the definition of our web presence. The public web is for everybody. And we can use this open for something very important, and it has been mentioned several times these days, to community building. Because the community can reach us through the web. Not only at the level of the institutions, also at the level of individuals, including students and scholars. Again, producing web contents is easy and cheap for everybody, for institutions, but especially for individuals. You can obtain a transborder impact. You can be known globally, universally for your work. And for the students, the social networking today means social internet tools. So clearly, there is a lot of advantages to apprehend the web for our institutions. But I promise you that, I said to you before, that we are not here for ranking universities. We are here for understanding the problems and try to suggest you solutions. For example, when you consider the bottom-up approach, you can talk about personal pages. And you have here the model in Europe. This is a personal page of researchers from the Warsaw University of Technology. They are publishing on the web 10 pages with all the information about this person, who is, the background, the degrees, and the papers he is producing. Okay, it's not bad. But compared with the situation with this professor of Harvard University, this professor is sharing in his webpage over 3,500 web pages, including not only information about him and the activities he's related, but the global effort for his research group. And this is the reason Harvard is Harvard. This is the reason Harvard is Harvard. Okay, you can see another example. In the case of one of the best Polish universities, Jagiellonian University, you can see they have a lot of presence, for example, in the research rate, over close to 15,000 profiles. But they have no the similar numbers in the number of identifiers of the authors, or even in the number of profiles in Google Scholar. And this is not only a problem of the individuals, it's a problem of the institutions themselves. They should promote this kind of identifiers because the identifiers are the gate to the open. To the open. And the open is not only traditionally open access, publishing in a repository our papers. Open is far more. No, more even. You can see some suggestions. Open access, now is open research, but you need another system, open science, and we need to go to the society, open knowledge. This is the meaning of open, the full meaning of open. But take care. Some institutions, for example, this is the ranking of Leiden, Dutch university, that thinks they consider open still number of papers published in open journals. Oh, of course, this is interesting because at the end you can see most of these relevant countries are only one, United Kingdom. Oh, bias again, bias and bias. Ah. Well, but it's also about open data, to provide the raw data you are producing. Unfortunately, for example, you can see Dataverse. Is a project for setting up services of open data all over the world. You can see Europe is almost empty. I invite you to contribute to populate this map. Unfortunately, the initiative of open data is still in the very beginning. We need the effort of everybody in order to fill this gap. Okay, I was invited. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, please, we can go. Okay, I can go back. I was invited not to use your universities for any slides, but I'm going to say I don't follow your advice, and I prepare this slide regarding some of your universities randomly chosen. Oh, sorry, not randomly. I include the two Spanish ones, comparing with their presence on the social networks. It's a facet, additional facet of open initiatives. And you can see they are evident, they have presence on several of these tools. Of course, regarding the research rate and academia, a lot of papers, but there are problems regarding the full coverage of your output. For example, regarding the deposits of documents or deposits of software or deposits of other reports, the numbers are pretty low. But for me, the big surprise is regarding Wikipedia. To edit, to add information to the Wikipedia is free and easy. And you can see, okay, perhaps Open University has a good number, but for the rest of the institution, it's not so good. But the biggest point is regarding the version in English. And you can see the numbers are far lower. It's true that, for example, in the case of the two Spanish universities, there is probably a lot of contents in the Spanish and Catalan version, but we are international, we are global. The social tools are global. So there is a lot of effort still needed. And you can see Twitter and YouTube. The numbers are pretty high, but they should be higher considering the audiences you are reaching. Okay, I'm going to finish. Our ranking, webometrics, we are promoting, the ranking of not only world-class US research-intensive universities. We are going to rank, we are ranking for the last 20 years all the institutions as much as possible. We are promoting a new kind of leadership, a leadership move in the movement of open science. I think open is the key word here. And open science means not only science in the traditional sense, but transferring to the citizens, transferring to the society, transferring to the enterprises. Open science in the most wide sense. And we offer to the distant learning institutions here present a fair evaluation and at least one rank. I don't know if you are going to be happy with the rank we are offering you, but we are the only institution, the only ranker editors, we are offering that. And the key point is, please publish more information and better quality information on the web. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isidro, for your interesting insights and your approaches to rankings and your advice to us what we have to do. So we now come to the second part of the plenary session, and I would like to to give the floor to directly, not to the president of the EADTU, but to George. And so sit here.
Okay, yeah, you will see that I'm I'm not Theo Bastiaans, who is the new president of EADTU, but the moment that he became president, he didn't know that he had a task also on Friday, so he already left with me with the honor of taking over for reading the message of Athens. It is a good tradition for EADTU to capture the main points of the conference at the end and summarize them in a message, something to take home to your institutions, and also for us as an inspiration, as a follow-up of this conference. So, the message of Athens, EIA 2022 conference. With EADTU, we form a strong community with a common identity, open to learners, open to other higher education institutions, open to governments and other stakeholders. We have a common mission in lifelong learning and digital education in each of our countries and at EU level to provide accessible, high quality and affordable higher education for all and contribute to innovation in higher education as a whole, and ultimately bringing European values to reality in all our societies through education. Our members are leaders in digital education. They are living labs for digital innovation in their institutions and in higher education systems. They're making use of the best of educational technologies. They are now moving forward towards virtual campuses. They teach large groups of students while ensuring lively interactions with staff and smaller groups of peers, getting the most out of the digital environment. By 2030, many member institutions will have scaled campuses with seamless physical, hybrid, blended and online distance spaces. As in the past, our members will be the first ones to develop a true culture of lifelong learning, and including degree, continuing and open education. They will share experiences and expertise in a truly European context, for which we continue to organize these innovating higher education conferences and other EADTU events. With the Council recommendation on micro-credentials, all EU ministers of education and employment have engaged themselves to use micro-credentials as a tool to increase participation in lifelong learning and help achieve the target of 60% of all adults in education annually, as set out in the new European Agenda for Adult Education 2021-2030. They will offer first plans for micro-credentials to the European Commission by December 2023 and to implement them within within 5 years. This is an important step towards a genuine development of continuing education and professional development in Europe. This step is important for learners of the future necessary to generate innovative enterprises and services, SMEs, spin-offs and startups. Our members are ready for this challenge in dialogue with national governments and thus contributing to the creation of a truly EU space for continuing education in the spirit of the Bologna process. They will create coherent institutional qualification structures for micro-credentials. They will establish institutional conditions to enable faculties and teachers to design high-quality digital micro-credentials and courses and programs. All level convergence needs to be found. A level convergence needs to be found to make micro-credentials of different size and EQF level readable for academia and employers across Europe. In terms of learning volume, the European Commission's micro-credential consultation group has allowed flexibility for innovation and experimentation, meaning that micro-credentials can range from 1 ECTS to less than a full degree. This results in a broad range of possible micro-credential certificates linked to different volumes of learning and EQF and QF levels. And we need to find our layers there to fit several formats of micro-credentials in it. This is exactly what we will discuss in the next phase of the MCE project by EADTU involving 13 countries. So in 13 countries we will have a coordinated action towards a vision on how to make layers in micro-credentials from, let's say, 5 ECTS, 30 ECTS, 60 ECTS as a proposal. All this requires higher education institutions to have a new relationship with labor market actors and regions as has already been the case with research and innovation by knowledge transfer and valorization offices. In the field of continuing education, higher education institutions are not only providers of education, but increasingly also offer an interface between the institution and the labor market. A dialogue with these external stakeholders leads to joint operations and the co-creation of professional accreditation of micro-credential learning opportunities. In these cases, micro-credential courses or programs may also provide specific professional credits in addition to the academic award. Very important here is the relevance for the labor market, the development of micro-credentials in direct relevance of a need of the labor market. Many higher education institutions have learned from the COVID crisis and are taking this as the basis for the transformation of teaching and learning in 2030 perspective. They are not going back to normal, meaning pre-COVID time. In higher education institutions across Europe, there is a huge need for professional development of teachers and for the creation of necessary teaching and support services to achieve educational quality levels. This starts with leadership, developing an institutional vision, strategies and frameworks for digital higher education. This conference here in Athens revealed a demand for rectors and vice rectors for peer seminars on leadership for digital higher education. And EADTU is already doing so for the middle management in member institutions. It is also organizing deans meetings for digital collaboration and mobility involving staff and students. To support continuous professional development on a broader scale, EADTU members in the Digital Pro project have developed online courses on three main approaches to digital higher education, on synchronous hybrid, blended and online distance learning. The course material is available as open source on the Digital Pro website to be used for professional development across Europe for teachers and teaching and learning support services. In the framework of the OpenU project, with universities and ministries in France, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Latvia, Flanders, EADTU has published e-books on the Bloom Hub. These are on models and guidelines for the development of digital teaching and learning in higher education, international collaboration and mobility, and these are for use by single institutions and the alliances. Based on their mission, open and distance teaching universities have always embraced the principle of equity in education. All developed a lot of experience and expertise with regard to diversity and inclusion. The task force for diversity and inclusion run by EADTU last year was established to examine and map current challenges and share solutions for a variety of topics. We covered with our task force topics on gender, migrants, ethnicity, functional disabilities, and so on. There's an interesting website as a result of that available via the EADTU website. EADTU also created a special interest group on e-assessment. It is about sharing institutional strategies and good practices regarding e-assessment in view of needs during and after COVID, as e-assessment is there to stay. The group was consisting of 17 members of EADTU, bringing in their expertise, experiences, and good practices, also to be found on a dedicated EADTU website on e-assessment. EADTU further provides services to the European Digital Education Hub of the European Commission that was presented on the first day here. On behalf of the European Commission, it organizes clinics and mentorships on digital education at the request of individual staff or individual institutions with the support of the European experts. This year, we also organized 3 peer learning directories on hybrid, blended, and online education. All this is a significant effort for continuous professional development of university staff and contributes to the mid- and long-term strategies of universities. EADTU, especially in these challenging times, will keep supporting universities European-wide in their efforts to use digitalization of education to its optimum.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move on to the panel session, reflection on the message of Athens. So I call the rector of Anadolu University, Dr. Fouad Erdal, and the Dean of Academic Studies of the Open University of Israel, Dr. Ophir Moens Manor, and the Director, National Institute for Digital Learning, DCU, Mark Brown, sorry, Dublin, Dublin City University, sorry. Okay, thank you. And maybe we could start by addressing maybe the main point on macro credentials and how do you think we should address this important issue. Maybe you start, or you want to start by saying first general approach. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, let's do it for a general approach first.
It's a kind of summary, but I'm going to talk about general issues. Dear participants, from the message of Athens, I just pick up 7 features of open and distance learning programs. So these features may not be provided by the campus-based programs. So this will be a kind of advantage for the open and distance learning programs. And also, I'm going to check the data for the empirical proof whether my own university, for example, as a sample, is satisfying these features of open and distance learning programs or not. So first feature to be satisfied would be, are those programs are easily accessible? Can anybody, free of location, free of profession, free of background, have an access to the open and distance learning programs? Just give some numbers. For example, in Anadolu University open and distance learning bachelor programs, from the last numbers, 36,000 of the students are unemployed, 10,000 housewives, 50,000 public officers, 77,000 students of other universities, teachers, health professionals, etc. So that numbers are indicating that whatever the qualification, background, or whatever, so they can have an access to the open and distance learning program. So second feature will be inclusivity. Whether open and distance learning programs are inclusive, do they cover all any kind of disadvantageous group who may not be going to the on-campus programs. When we look at the numbers again from Anadolu University, 24,000 we have disabled students with a different degree of disability, and 12,000 army officers, 7,000 police and security officers, 5,000 prison inmates, and 4,000 Syrian refugees. So the programs are quite inclusive because those people may not be going to on-campus-based programs, so nothing can stop their accession to the education. The third one is is there any gender-based equality in the programs? As you know, in most of the campus-based programs, male population is much more than the female population. But when we look at the numbers in Anadolu University, for example, we have 1.2 million registered students, 3.8 million graduates so far for 40 years, and half of the male, I mean the numbers is indicating that the half of the population is female. So this is quite proud that females' participation to the education is quite high, both in terms of registered students and the graduates. The fourth one would be flexibility. Whether our distance learning programs are providing flexible learning environment that we need. Yes, that's true, because students can adjust their learning times and as well as their learning methods for themselves, especially for the youngsters, because they are demanding quite flexible environment for learning. And for example, in our system again, what are the flexible environment? For example, read and learn, watch and learn, test and learn, listen and learn, meet, discuss and learn. So these are the digital environments that provides different methods of education, different method of learning for their students. And just give some examples. For example, ebooks, close-up videos, interactive classes, video conferencing, animations, 2 million questions in the pool, past questions and exercises, audio course books, especially for the blind student, audio again, chapter summaries, student clubs, infographic blogs and boards. So these are all providing different environment or flexible environment for the students. The fifth one to be expected from open and distance learning programs is the openness. Are they really open? Most of the programs in all almost European universities are open for 725. So open, we have all education resources, open 724, whenever you want, whenever they want, wherever they are, so they can have an access to the digital materials. The sixth one would be innovation, and digital teaching requires more innovative, to be more innovative than the traditional methods of teaching, because you have to keep the students on the computer or on the environment so that you will be reducing the drop-down ratio and retention. And in order to sustain the quality of the digital teaching, so you have to keep a lot of effort and financial resources on the R&D of the materials. So we have, for example, learning technologies R&D unit continuously working, teaching unit producing a lot of questions to the pool, content management unit in order to qualify, in order to sustain the quality of the digital materials, e-learning dashboards in order to analyze the data behind the screen so that learning from the experiences of the students. And the last one would be integrity. Can open student or distance student integrate any other courses to their skills, in addition to the courses leading to a degree, for example, either bachelor degree or a master degree? Can they use other materials? Yes, they are very open. There are a lot of MOOCs in many of the open universities. There are a lot of certificate programs under the name of continuing education centers or what other. So open university students can easily have an access in order to integrate their skills, either personal or professional skills, with other courses to be taken. And to sum up, I mean, if we believe that knowledge is universal, so we should be providing a free access to any citizen of the world, so that open universities, luckily and thankfully, are providing those environments for, I mean, they have all means for that purpose, and so that they can have an access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Phil Wens-Manor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, now you can hear me. Okay, so thank you very much. And I would like to touch on 4 points that relate to the message of Athens, which I find, of course, very inspiring and important. So I would like just to give 4 outlooks on 4 different things that looks very important from the vantage point of the Open University of Israel. And the first one is the virtual campus. And so virtual campus, and then the pandemic, as we all know and heard, really advanced virtual campus. But the one thing that I can stress that wasn't developed almost at all, and it's not enough, is the assessment. And this was also discussed in many papers and discussion in the conference. Assessment, okay, we did this. We had tens of thousands of students taking exams, but we had a real problem with that, with being sure what the quality assurance of this examinations. This is also one of the reasons why we see so many students, at least we see, that, we want to keep on taking exam at their homes, but there's a real problem here. And this is a very big challenge that at least we are only starting to think how to do that now. There are like 2 pathways that I would like to stress in that sense. And I think that the more important one is that we really should think about alternative ways of having examinations. That is, we all got used to, sitting in a room and asking people to just write on the page or on the computer what they remember. but that's not what usually in most cases an exam should be, and at least I can report that in our university, in many faculties, now we revert to something else, to compositions, to things that you do for several days. And this is, I think, very promising. On the other end, the other possibility, and it's not mutually exclusive, is of digital proctoring, which is another issue that I think should be discussed. It could be, I mean, if it works, very effective. On the other hand, there's a very severe ethical questions about this proctoring, about this big brother, so to speak, approach. And this is one thing that I think that in the next years and following up on our message this year is very important. Interestingly, credential is not a very big topic in Israel for some reason. I mean, it's in the atmosphere, but I think that because of the Council of Higher Education, which is the equivalent of the regulator of higher education, is not really interested in that for some reason. So I guess it will take some more years until we will import that from Europe. But anyway, this is not something that I really can comment on because people talk about it, but it's not, there is not a decision and not even a process towards that. The third thing that I would like to just point out is the question of the job market, which is also, of course, we heard much about that, and this is where I see that the assessments go, like new ways of assessments go hand in hand with the importance, and here also it's very important to stress, and we have a big project of trying to bring together into the job market fields that are not necessarily, you would think them as being of preparing someone for the job market. For example, in the humanities, or in the social sciences, or in places that it's not, and there's a whole program that we're now running, which actually takes courses and add a module of apprenticeship in different places. So it could be a museum, it could be an archive, it could be in the parliament, but these connections between fields that are not necessarily market-oriented, this is something that really is an important step of expanding the horizon of the job market. And finally, that was brought up in the rector's meeting yesterday, and I think perhaps this is, for me personally, the most important one is the notion of leadership. And as was mentioned in the meeting yesterday, we all get elected to chairs and to offices, not always with the knowledge or the abilities or the support to lead changes and to manage big systems. Personally, I was part of there's a very ambitious and excellent initiative in Israel for the last 3 years called actually Leadership in Academia. It brings together like mid-career deans, head of departments to give them training, like real training in leadership and management, and I think it's a very big success, and so I highly recommend the EADTU to really pursue this path. And the last thing that was very important about this specific training, which lasts for a year, is the combination of the academia, so to speak, and the administrations, because I think that most of us know that there are many times tensions or misunderstandings between the academic leadership or the professors and the administrators, and this specific program actually brings together both classes, so to speak, in order to foster the understanding and the mutual cooperation. And with that, I'll end, and we can continue. Thank you.
Hello, colleagues. I had the opportunity last night to go through the Athens Declaration, so I appreciate that you're still digesting many of the key points. I have 3 points, but I'm going to pick up with a statement to start with that links to the comment about leadership, and then I'll expand on leadership. My opening just remark, you may not have picked up, but one of the key initiatives over the last year has been a group working on equity and inclusion. And I stress that because, look at us. We have to walk the talk. Now, I say that because I'm uncomfortable about this, but we can't change our gender, those in senior roles. But it is something that the supervisory board is very conscious of, and we are trying to be active or proactive in even the membership of the supervisory board. And this is part of the challenge of leadership, I think. And diversity, perhaps let's just extend this to diversity rather than just pure gender balance, is the one thing that we need to bring is not just diversity in countries, but diversity in outlooks and perspectives. Senior roles are very important, but the point just made about leaders, we need to also think about those new and upcoming leaders and how we can provide an opportunity for them. So that's my segue into the importance, and I'm very pleased you called out leadership, because I think that was, for me, the most important dimension of the statement. When we talk about leadership, digital education in many respects is a double-edged sword. It can be used to reinforce very traditional ways of doing things, and we're seeing some of that return. The conference theme, of course, was digital reset, and I'm not sure we're seeing as much reset as we would like, and leadership is critical. But what type of leadership do we need? Do we need autocratic, democratic? There are many leadership models that we can draw on from. Do we need laissez-faire leaders who are going to take us out and have pure innovation, or do we need transactional leaders or transformative leaders? I think this community has a really important role to invest in that type of leadership. Micro-credentials is the second item that I want to just call out, in that was a major focus of the declaration, and I think it's really interesting from a year ago when we met in Bury how much has been done in the European context. I've had a saying I've used in my own writing about micro-credentials for several years now, and it goes like this: micro-credentials are not the big idea. They should be in the service of big ideas. I think we're still focused a bit too much on micro-credentials, but what I've definitely seen and is evident in the statement is the big ideas coming through: employability, lifelong learning, the changing nature of work, and so forth. So I think we're seeing a maturing of that conversation, and we're certainly seeing a maturing of the policy environment as well. It will be interesting to see where we are in 12 months' time, and the need to take it now from theory and policy and to apply it into practice. My third point probably is the nice segue there, is around the importance of professional development, or perhaps professional learning, which is an even more contemporary idea. Not all professional development is impactful, and I think we need to be very careful, and a personal message here for Alexandra, I think, in the Digital Education Hub, that we don't place too much focus on the supply of professional development and not sufficient attention on the demand for professional development. What is the type of professional learning that we need and people say they require, rather than people in certain places, including us, making assumptions of what people need and producing more of that. And then finding, because we build it, they don't necessarily come. So I think impactful professional learning is really important, and there's a lot of literature that we can draw on from more generally about successful and effective professional learning. My final comment would be to try to capture the essence of this conference and of the community that we have. It's a saying that I've used over the years: the world needs more dreamers, the world needs more doers. What it needs most of all are more dreamers who do. And I hope that's us. Don't lose sight of the dreams. The dreams are captured in the statement, the declaration. So I hope we can go away inspired to do some of what we've talked about over the last 2 or 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando Val from UNED, Spain. I will focus very briefly on 3 points: micro-credentials, this idea of the then the university as interface between students and the labor market, and the issue of digital leadership. About micro-credentials, I won't say much. I mean, after the guru of micro-credentials has spoken, I will add little to what he has to say. I only think that even though, of course, they must be in the service of great ideas, now, I mean, they appear to be as one of the pillars of lifelong learning. In this regard, well, in my country, in Spain, the legislation is changing rapidly, is adapting to the new framework that is supposed to be developed quite soon, according to the Council recommendations. And I think that in this regard, digital teaching universities in general, in Spain at least, we are in a position where we can connect micro-credentials with the two strong ideas and practices that have been our practice for many decades. One is flexibility, which is absolutely crucial for micro-credentials. For most of the people, or many of the people that will need to acquire micro-credentials more than once or more than twice during their professional life, will of course be adults that need flexibility to obtain this accreditation. We are experts in this flexibility because we are not tied traditionally to one type of student, the typical young person that approaches the university for the first time. We have a lot of practice and expertise in flexibility, and we are well prepared to exploit or to emphasize the flexibility of what we can provide, and also is inclusiveness in the matter of micro-credentials. Flexibility and inclusiveness is something that we have been practicing for many decades again. We have to apply, we will apply this naturally to the micro-credentials scenario, knowing that various, I mean, traditional or physical, I don't know how you want to call them, or brick and mortar universities are also developing distance learning, flexibility, inclusiveness, and so on. But still, I'm talking about my country. In these universities, digital teaching, or distance teaching rather, distance teaching, distance learning is always seen as a second best, something that you do when you cannot do the real thing. We don't have that approach. For us, this is also the real thing, and we work according to these standards. So micro-credentials are going to be a very important part of lifelong learning, and especially with regard to employability. You can imagine how crucial it is, employability, for a country like Spain, where unemployment rates are high, and in certain sectors of the population dramatically high. This brings me to the second idea, this connection between universities and the labor market through micro-credentials. I think that a better job can be done detecting and helping also the business community to detect certain needs that can be catered to through micro-credentials. The idea is not only to meet the business community and say, what do you need? We need this, okay, so we do it. No, we can also help them in identifying certain needs. They have their own vision, their own bias, which is the labor market, the economy, the certain tasks that must be done, but other things they don't see, and we can help them to detect what needs to be acquired in a micro-credential framework. And finally, regarding leadership, again, I think that leadership in universities is a crucial issue, not just digital leadership, period, and then of course this includes digital leadership. Normally, again, I'm pretty limited to my own Spanish experience. Leadership has traditionally, as you all know, been associated with the business community. Then it has expanded into other fields. Sports, for example, again, a very competitive environment. It has spilled into other sectors of, like the armed forces, but it hasn't been accepted as a natural training of a professional in university and in university management. Of course, we have professional managers. Of course, we have good managers, but in general, there is the assumption that well, one doesn't need a special training in leadership to start at least managing the lowest steps of university administration. This, of course, is changing. Universities are very complex. They manage a lot of resources, financial, human, and otherwise. And, well, there is this awareness that more professional training, not only at the highest level or at all levels, is necessary and will be crucial. In this regard, I think that we are a step behind, but it's not a long step compared with the healthcare system. The healthcare system is very difficult to manage. A hospital is a very, very complex organization. There are professional managers there, but then medical doctors also assume management roles. And of course, at first, without much training, that is changing slowly. And well, we need to follow that direction. So this type of program, this type of, I mean, the fact that digital leadership and things, activities like strategizing, planning, and other activities related to leadership are part of EADTU's mission and are being offered is, for me, excellent news because it caters to a real need of the system.
All right, thank you very much. We still have maybe 5 minutes, so if any one of you wants to add something or ask any question on the table. No? Then maybe let me ask one question in terms of, in the address of the President of Virtual Campuses, and given your experience, do you have any thoughts about the implementation of online evaluation? Thank you.
Assessment and evaluation is the critical part of open and distance learning. We all discussed during the conferences, and there is no unique solution, of course, and perfect solution for that. And if you're asking about our experiences, we are doing proctored online exams for the small classes only, and the face-to-face exams for the large classes. But we are still doing some R&D about how we can assess the online courses apart from that multiple choice questions, so open-end questions, some report writing under the mentorship of the professors, and so we are trying to integrate other sources of assessment in addition to the exams, and also we are trying to record the duration that they are in e-campus so that we can evaluate them into their assessment. So we are really searching for other methods of multiple choice questions or face-to-face questions because it's really a kind of trouble for especially big numbers of students like the students in Anadolu University to do online assessment, but we are searching for better ways.
Yeah.
I think under the theme Digital Reset, we should be thinking about every opportunity we have to rethink practices or to challenge sacred cows. Just because we've done something some way, this is an opportunity to rethink. And so digital technologies allow us to change some of our processes, and they provide the tools to change some of those processes, to enhance them. So I think evaluation, student evaluation, is a really good example, because in my experience, most evaluation of teaching, whether that's done at a module level or a unit level, still does not fully embrace the role of the student as a partner. And an example of this is you can now purchase off-the-shelf commercial platforms that allow you to gather the feedback from students at the module level. And as that feedback, you can debate what questions are important, but once you've got that feedback can then be commented on by the lecturers, the teachers, and provided back to the learners. That last closing the loop step, actually there's one more step as well, but that last sharing the data back with learners is still not common practice, despite having now IT systems that make that much easier. That's crucial to me as part of the spirit of partnership, that if the student is giving us the data and telling us about the experience, we should be commenting on and thanking them for what they're sharing with us and allowing them to hear how we might change our practices based on what they tell us. And they will only know that if we feed that back to them. Of course, that particular group of learners may not benefit because they've already completed the course, but the next group will. The literature tells us that will also enhance response rates. Of course, closing the loop also means there should be an action plan that comes from the data, and I guess we're going towards the area of learning analytics here. Not just gathering data. In fact, there's a key principle for me. If you're not going to do something with the data that you're collecting, in the question, right at the question level, if you ask yourself, what will I do with this data? If you're not going to do anything with it, don't ask the question. So you really need to close this loop with an action plan that really it builds a continuous quality culture, and I still think that we're away from that, really treating, as I said, the student as a partner that has a lot that we can learn from.
Thank you. I totally agree. Just one more thing to connect assessment and the job market is that once we adopt different ways of assessment and, for example, projects or projects of a course, then the student can come out from the course, from his studies with a portfolio, and in many cases, this is actually going to make it much more a better case for her or him to get a job rather than his grades. So this is something I think where new ways of assessments really connects with the need to connect it to the job market and to lifelong learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are almost on time now, so thank you very much for your presence and this roundtable. Thank you. Now, I have here the announcement of the 2023, or Professor Odysseas Soras so it's you. You make the announcement. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the wonderful hosting by the Hellenistic Open University and organization for the EADTU, all team and the presidents. And as the president of Anadolu University of Turkey, it's my privilege to announce that next year's conference will be held in the fascinating city of Istanbul. So we are moving to the neighbor. You are all welcome to Istanbul, and see you in 2020 in Istanbul.
Thank you, and now it's...
Mr. Chairman, allow me to... I will do what I will give you the ring. I mean, you are the successor, so I will give you the ring, and the ring representation of the helmet, then the mask representation, the mask,
now the closing by Professor Orestes Torres. Yes.
Dear colleagues and friends, I am very pleased to be here with you today to close this important conference held here in Athens. During the past 3 days, we have seen many inspiring presentations from almost 250 experts from the world of online, blended, and distance learning who share the expertise on matters related to the new models of digital, inclusive, and high-quality education. I am immensely glad to say that the conference has come at a successful conclusion and has managed to put forth some of the critical issues affecting and shaping the changing pedagogical landscape of today. The conference has demonstrated that the potential of digital higher education is immense. It has addressed some of the major issues that are crucial for continuing educational change, such as the growing need of short learning programs and micro-credentials, which reflect the importance of continuing education and professional development as dictated by the needs in the economy and society. Another important topic that was addressed was internationalization. Digital education can facilitate and promote academic collaboration and mobility, which will enhance professional development, promote constructive partnerships and activities, and offer its learners the opportunity to have an international learning experience. Also, since the purpose of open and distance learning university places great emphasis on equity, openness, and inclusiveness in education, the conference has explored ways to embrace diversity and inclusion and offer educational opportunities to diverse groups by addressing issues related to migrants, refugees, gender, social inclusion, people with functional disabilities, etc. I am sure that all of you will have participated, will take digital education one step further and transmit the knowledge as acquired through your work, research and innovation in digital teaching and learning. I wish to thank each and every one of you for participating with your brilliant presentation and for all of you have brought to this conference. I would also like to express sincere thanks to our keynote speakers for their inspiring contribution to the plenary session of the conference. It was a delight to have you all with us, and we hope that this 3 days conference has helped all of you to deepen your knowledge and sharpen your perspectives on matters that are in line with the scope of this conference. So I'm sure that we will meet each other again in Istanbul. I would like to thank Fuad for his commitment to organize the next EADTU, and of course George Ubaks, who did a lot during the last year in order to have a good representation of all European countries, of all open universities from the European countries. Allow me, Mr. Chairman, we have 8 minutes video, which are some moments from our meeting, and with this we'll close this nice 3 days conference. stay healthy, and see you in Istanbul next year.
Yeah. I just want to say, impressive video of an exceptional event, and I hope it all lived up to your expectations. And last year already, Professor Zohar said, I want to have bigger numbers than ever for EADTU in the number of participants, and we achieved that. We clearly achieved that. And I just want to take finally the floor for closing this event by thanking again Professor Zoras and his team, Eleftheria and Marta and Anna and the rest of the team technicians for helping us the past days, for making this such a special event. But also don't want to forget our team of Miriam, Mario, Stefan and Bo, who have did an exceptional job of making this all possible. Thank you all very much, and hope to see you next year also in Istanbul.